Yo, what is up? What is up? What's going on, Vexility? Welcome in, welcome in. Alright, so today we're continuing the Gluttank grind. I think. Provided that everything goes according to plan. Yo, what's up, Science Yoshi? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. So, Gluttank grind continues, I think. Hopefully. That's the plan, at least, is that Gluttank grind continues. I should have a bit longer to stream today, but I wouldn't swear to it. But I have gotten a little bit of stuff done since stream yesterday, as you can probably see. So yesterday's stream, we ended with just the base frame of Gluttank. That was actually this one right here. We ended with this frame yesterday. So now that we have this done, this basic one, I went ahead and I had some time this morning. I went ahead and animated him out some more. So he's got an idle animation and his beat drop animation. So, and then a hurt animation as well. All pretty cool. All pretty cool. Methinks. Which is this on the right thing? Need my Stream Deck thing to update here. So, but yeah, that's what I've got. Still a very chunky boy, true. And that's by design, because he looks so unfathomably cooked in game. Like, he looks menacing. Like, if I load the game up, because I threw those two sprites in as well. If I load the game up and compare it, it's like oh my gosh, it's peak, actually. Like, I'm really happy with how it looks. So, but let me actually load the game up real quick. Let's see here. I need to debug in a specific way. There we go. Go here. We'll just do wind so I don't have to pause the music here. I'm not sure. Vexility. I actually, let's see here. You may have to change the chat mode from top chat to live chat, because YouTube likes to just not show certain people in chat for some reason. Do not know why that is, but yeah, this is what he looks like in game. I think I showed this off yesterday at the end of stream, but if I actually, here, I'll pause the music and I'll put in a song that has beat drop stuff defined, so that way he can switch to his other animation. So, let's see here. I'll go to, yeah. It's awesome looking. Epic. Yo, what's up, Bucket? Welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, I think what it is that YouTube just sometimes hates on people for random reasons and just filters out chat messages. There's two different chat modes up at the top. You can change it from live chat and top chat, and it defaults to top chat. So anything that YouTube thinks oh yeah, that's probably spam, that's what gets filtered out, unfortunately, even if it is real people. But yeah, Science Yoshi is in the regular stream, if you were curious. Source their message. But let me get out of Game Maker. So we've got 9 whole frames of Gluttank, and he has, his old sprites have 112. Now, not all of these are going to need to be redone, but there's a few of them that will need to be redone. Immediately to get the new sprites on par with where the old ones were in terms of what's going to be used in game, right? We've got the idle animation, we've got the beat drop animation. He will need a slam animation, so for causing the rock slide. He'll need a few different burp animations, of course. A munch, an inhale. I don't know if he'll actually need a walk, because I did have this idea to save myself a headache, because like already I hate his walk animation. Like it's pretty freaking bad, right? And I do not want to have to animate it again. So I think I'm just gonna make him like jump into places instead of walk, because that's gonna be easier for me. So this one will be axed, I think. He'll need a front-facing animation. This is used for cutscenes primarily. We have a hurt animation. The beatdown animations are another one that will be rough to do. And then the roar is another one. You'll need a front-facing roar and a side-facing roar. Jab animations, more than likely as well. And then these here are cutscene animations. That's why they also have the outline already on them. I had to render them separately so the character outlines could line up properly. And then he has this one that's also used in a cutscene. So, I mean, I'd be scared if he jumped at me too, realistically. Jump will be much more menacing with his huge size. Also true. Technically, with a jump, I could do away with this ground pound animation as well, because, like, this is secondary to, like, if he just, like, jumps and, like, drops his whole weight on the ground, right? I have the idea of Gluttank, like, stepping slowly and stomping while walking. He technically does that in his in-game cutscene, like, when he first shows up. He, like, there's the scene that has, like, his two, like, humongous legs. I think, is that in here? Is that in this folder? HD leg, yeah. Like, this shows up for, like, 2 scenes, like, where it's, like, a stomp. Like, I'm gonna be real, I kind of cooked with the shading here for it being a Demo 4 sprite. Like, technically, with this one, I would be fine with just changing the colors and, like, giving it the proper outline and then, like, fixing up some of the jaggies, like this right here. Like, this one probably doesn't even need that much work into it to get fixed up. I'm gonna be real. I kind of like how this one is already. Looks crisp. But, yeah, like, technically, I could save some time by doing away with, like, this animation and, this cutscene stuff might change. So I'm not gonna do these yet. So, from here onwards, so this is from frame 79 to 112, these don't have to be done. Everything before this, though, well, I guess mine is the beatdown animations. Beatdown animations don't have to be done either, because that's not till boss rush. And, like, that's like this animation, like these punches, you never see these in game. You only see the champion Gluttank versions of these, where he's orange. Now, the beatdown idol, you do see this, I think. You do see that because, or actually, maybe I just loop this. Yeah, I think I loop these 3 frames, maybe not. So these frames, you never see Gluttank like this, ever. Actually, fun fact. It's only, oh, whoops. It's only these first 3 frames as an idle animation. And then he goes into the roar. This is used in the cutscene. But these are, let me open the boss rush Gluttank, yeah. They're only used for this one. Where's he at? Yeah. And the reason for that is, like, originally it was just going to be like a in-game shader palette swap, but that didn't work the way I wanted it to, so I ended up just, like, manually palette swapping it and adding in the sprites, but strange to see regular Gluttank beatdown. True. What fighting sport would Gluttank play? Probably just standard boxing. I did talk about this on stream yesterday, but his palette swap for boss rush was inspired by King Hippo from Punch-Out. So, like, I don't know how I got, like, what inspiration it really takes, honestly, other than, like, he has this kind of, like, I think I've color picked King Hippo from NES Punch-Out, and that's about it. But, like, the whole boxing, I was like, oh yeah, he's kind of like, if you were to throw Gluttank and Punch-Out, he would play exactly like King Hippo, I think. If not King Hippo, then Bear Hugger. But that's the agenda, is we've got sprites to do from about here onwards to the beatdown stuff, right? I want to get him battle ready before I do the cutscene stuff, solely because I'm not sure if I'm going to change up anything cutscene related with him. I might, but I don't know yet. So let's get another frame in here. What's going to be the next one? I guess technically I can take this set of frames here and reverse them. So he has this kind of like crouch, and this would be like a jump start. And I would just have to move his head down a little bit. I'm going to do that. Let's give him... Oh, that's the wrong layer. I'm going to take his head from here downwards. This is probably going to screw up the outline, but I'll just fix it. Yeah, it did screw up the outline. Unsurprising. Bow, bow, now, now, now. Let's check that lines up. That lines up, yeah. So, and then I'll bring his legs out an extra bit here. I might have to actually... Let's do this. Foot 2. And outline. Move out. Okay, and fix that. And this. There we go. I'll do the same over here. Outline and foot. Okay, and then fix that. There we go. And this will just be called jump squat, I guess. Because, like, this doesn't need to be... It needs to differentiate just a little bit from the idle, I guess. But, like, just enough to, like, have a little bit more motion. It's barely noticeable, but this is the good part about having stuff already cooked up with animations, is that now I can actually just, like, use some of this as a base, right? And go from there. But got a jump squat, but when I do his actual jump animation, that's where some things will have to get changed up. So 13. I keep enabling caps lock accidentally. I'll just do away with the outline here because I won't need it. But I can just take... I'll rotate his arm up. Actually, let me take the arm from his beat drop animation here. This might work better. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of like this. If I mirror it here. I don't know. Do away with the shadows. Do away with the other arm. He does look like a goober without his arms. Like he's almost built like an Among Us crewmate. Gluttank would be the person to do a sort of cannonball in the air and dive upward to land, probably. I think what I want to do is just have him like a standard like jump up, like he just has his arms above his head, and then when he comes down, he's like cannonballing. When the full game comes out, will there be a way to customize the protagonist, or would it be the same one like in the demos? It'll be the same one, solely because there's way too many freaking animations for me to customize it. The current protagonist, he has 784 frames of animation right now, and that's not even all of his animations being moved over to the new style. Like the baseball outfit and the basketball outfit, which is somewhere in here, yeah. Those, like, hold on, this one comes even out further here. Like, there's still an extra 200 frames of animation or so, maybe, that I still have to do for him. Maybe not 200, 100 at least. just for those animations. And they're not even done yet, so no. Best case scenario is there's a way to palette swap him, but probably not. Yeah, he's got 784. Yui has 695. Kaguya has 596. Autumn has 426, and Hector has 461. That's why this sprite rework has taken me so much time, is because the protagonists have a lot of animations. So it's kind of the most. Can you see loss in his hair? Yeah, hold up. Let me find his exit sprite. There you go. It's so lost. Alright. Now back to Gluttank animations. I'm getting sidetracked. I might just have to like do a new arm here, honestly, but part of me feels like I could just like mirror this, but I guess I'll just have to do it from scratch again. Autumn is so sparking cute. Actually, Autumn's new design is probably one of my favorite ones that I've done so far. Autumn and Yui, like they got the most. Like Autumn, Yui, Hector, then main character. He kind of gets the short end of the stick, unfortunately, but I do like all of them. I'm happy with how they've all turned out for what it's worth. So I think I'm gonna need to get like a different head shape here. Yeah, we'll do the head before the arm. I feel so Yui. I feel so Sigma. Let's get these teeth out of here, and I guess I'm just gonna redo his whole jaw here. Something like this, maybe. Mayhaps. This looks so odd. What is bro on about here? Hold on, let me move his mouth out a little bit more. This is one of those things where you just have to trust the creative process. That it'll turn out good. He kind of just looks like a diet glutlet though right now. Am I putting this on the... Yeah, I'm putting it on the right layer. So let's get a tooth going on. A toothpick changes everything. There we go. Oh, whoopsie. There we go. There we don't go. There we go. Well, there's one tooth. I'll bring this tooth out. And time to shade. Oh, he's missing his little chin stuff, too. The little ripples. Yeah. And there we go. Oh, hello, arm. You're not supposed to be here. I could make him do like the Mario kind of jump. That could work. So if I take... I think I can actually... I'm going to try it again. Let me take this arm. And I got to like think. Where would your thumb be? Your thumb's going to be... Yeah, if you just rotate upwards, can I have the anchor? There we go. Ooh. I have an idea. We'll do this. That's a lot better. And then I'm going to move him up. And this is where we're going to do different with his shorts here. What I'm going to do is actually just something like this. It's a me, Gluttank. It's so true. This is kind of... This is an awesome frame without his, like, legs being adjusted just yet. Sometimes I wonder if you have other avatars for other holidays like Christmas, Easter. I do want to do other ones. Like, the only one that I have currently is Shigaraki. And, I mean, I did that for Halloween, so it's a little bit different. But I do want to do some extra ones. I thought about maybe setting some up for other characters at some point. Like obviously I could do Angels and Demons characters, of course. So the protagonist, like I used to actually, if you were to look back in some of my really old devlogs, I had a VTuber that was just main characters, dialogue portraits and everything. I used that for devlogs from time to time. And then, let's see. If I was going to be... yeah, like, I could technically do some for Yui or Kaguya. Any of the characters, really. I could do some for Hector, Autumn, Yui, Kaguya, main character... Imp Yui, whoever, realistically, if I wanted to. The only thing is there's there's a lot of work that goes into it because I have to do 4 animations technically for each emotion that the VTuber has. So there's neutral, there is smiling / happy, there is thinking, there is freaked out, like, oh my goodness. There's poggers, there is locked in, and there's a few special ones that I have that are like, there's obviously the intro animation. Yo, what up? I have this one that has actually only been used in the Pray to Win video, the co-op Let's Play, which is this laugh, and it doesn't have any extra frames but this one. So, and then of course this one too. And this one's especially awesome because he, like, midway through looks at the screen. But yeah, that's what I have for him. I have to do those for any costume, right? Any character costume I want to do, I have to do all of those animations for it. So there's one for when I'm not talking, I am talking, when I'm incredibly loud, and I feel like, what is the fourth one? What is the fourth one? Shoot, I can't think of what it is. Well, there's a fourth one in there, and I just don't remember what it is. So, whenever a Kaguya stream happens, the chat overlay is just like her fight. That would actually be peak, all things considered. I'm gonna move this over here for now, and just... I can't go that far down. Random emoji of the day. Okay. Not like that. Give it a little bit of a curve. The wizard. This is kind of a hot take, but this is one of my favorite songs in the entire Pizza Tower OST. I remember the composer, I think the composer himself said he actually didn't really like this song and didn't want Mick Pig to include it in the game, but he did anyways, just for like the short section of the forest level that you actually play as Peppino. And instead went with Woodpecker for the main Gustavo and Brick segment. It is kind of a based song name. Yes, put the pizza on my tree. I'm not going to pretend to know what they mean by this. But what did they mean by this? That doesn't really look right. I don't think that's the angle I want for this at all. Hold on. I guess this part actually doesn't need to be flat. Maybe something like that? That looks better. Yeah. I think that's okay. Yeah, I'll run with this. Just fix up his leg here. Shout out to the random animal songs in this song. There's actually, used to the Dusty Canyon theme, had, I Actually, I don't remember if it still does or not. I think I removed it. But it used to have, like, some Banjo-Kazooie type animal sounds in it. Every 1 minute, there's a 1 in... Is that a million? 1 in a million chance for the hurt animation to show up for 1 frame. Real. Put the dogs away! Yo, what up, Comic Cat? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, wait, is this tough? With him having, like, 1 leg raised like that? Wait, that kind of looks... Hold on. Let's try it with the other foot, like this. Like the pointed foot. Hold on. If I rotate it here. Yo, wait, he actually has motion like this. Hold on. So I have to give him a proper knee. Just because the Gluttank is a pretty big fella does not mean he is not agile. Alright, let's be very clear about this. Alright. can probably just on this layer make it totally dark. Yeah, this is gonna be like, since it's a back frame like this, we'll make it totally dark. Yeah. Dude, he's in his like, he's in his ball and arc here. I kind of rock with this. This is pretty good. Like, I resized his sprite earlier today when I was working to 240 by 240 because I thought I'd need all this extra headroom, and I kind of do. I kind of do. Almost. I know I'll need the extra width. Still a me, Gluttank. I must go. My people need me. Bro really thinks he's me, Mario. He absolutely is. I should make it canon. Should make it canon that every character in the Angels and Demons universe is a fan of Super Mario. As the creator of the game intended. If I could do it without like Nintendo ninjas ending my life, I would drop like a joke in the game about Mario or something like that, where it's just like oh, you know, you can like in the tutorial or something, like, oh, did you know you can jump and wall jump or whatever like this? It's like, oh, like Super Mario or something like that. But bootleg fake Nintendo consoles, I can do that. Like, part of me wants to do something like that and call it like the Nintendo Don't or something, but that's a GameCube emulator name, or not emulator, but like bootloader on Homebrew Wii. So probably best not to do that one. But it would be peak. Absolute squadala. Even. That's probably my favorite new sticker in the Discord server too. I've been on my squadala arc recently. You can wall jump, you know. What, you want me to be a plumber? That'd be awesome. Boing. Alright, let's get an outline on this sucker here. Alright. Boom. Outline engaged, and now we just got to alias it. I swear, one of these days I'll sit down and write a script that does this for me, but today is not that day. I know it would save me so much time, but like, will the time saved be worth it, considering that I'm probably going to have to spend like, you know, so much time learning Lua scripting and how Sprite handles it and everything? Like, technically, yes. In the grand scheme of things, it's going to save a lot of time, because I would literally just need to select all frames and just run a script, and it would outline and add this, like, the aliasing stuff on its own, right? ideally. But how feasible is it for that to happen? I don't know. The Nintendo box. Too lazy to chat, so I'll rarely chat from now to the end of the stream. Certified World 6 Angels and Demons moment. Sloth, aka laziness, for those who know. I gotta go back up to the other arm and check and make sure there wasn't a gap like that. Because I feel like there was. Nope, there wasn't. Alright, there he is, dude. This is a crazy pose. I'm loving that. And now we need one for him coming back down. So jump, fall. Actually, this needs to go to 14. Jump, fall. How could Sloth possibly be a difficult boss? That's a great question, actually. So what I had in mind, actually, was that there would be like two different sides. Is my webcam looks off kilter there? What the heck? I just noticed that. I glanced over. I don't know. It feels like it's panned backwards a little bit. Anyways, I had like for Sloth, I thought about doing two different things, right? Some enemies would be like your really lazy enemies, like they'd be slow, but they'd probably be like hard hitters. And then some would be like on the opposite end of the spectrum, in that they're incredibly fast. And the reason they would be incredibly fast is that instead of them being lazy by nature, instead they feed off of the energy of like humans, right? Which in turns makes the humans lazy, right? I guess it would be more like they feed off of their motivation, I guess. So they leave the humans with no motivation, thus laziness, sloth, right? And in turn, they get that energy. That was the idea, right? And also, yes, laziness debuff is slated to exist if I actually get temptations working properly. I don't remember. Actually, let me just check the code because I think I have the thing in here. Let's see. I think I might have put the thing in here. That's abilities. Let's see. Sloth. What I had for Sloth, this is the current going debuff, that if you get tempted by a Demon of Sloth, you might lose a turn. So if you have multiple turns going on, you may lose one of those turns. Like it'll randomly just like, it'll roll, I think it's a 1 in 25 chance to just consume one of your attacks per turn, right? And you won't be able to participate in special attacks, right? So you won't be able to use your own specials, and party members won't be able to use special attacks that involve you. So if you're an optional character, you won't participate, and if you're a required character, no one can use that special, basically, right? I'm determined and energetic. Sloth boss explodes. That'd be awesome. I can actually, so there's 7 different temptations, right? Gluttony, random item may be consumed after each turn. That one's a given, right? That one feels pretty like set in stone, I think, for that one. Wrath, you may just be forced to attack on any given turn, right? So you wouldn't be able to use items, you wouldn't be able to flee, you wouldn't be able to act, anything like that. You would only have access to attacks and specials, right? Pride is this one's interesting. You can use special attacks, but party members cannot use special attacks with you. So the way I've got that going is like the thought process behind it is you get tempted by Demon of Pride, right? You become too like holier than thou, as they say, right? It's like I don't want to do a special attack with you guys. You do a special attack with me, right? Envy is you may repeat the action of another party member, right? So the way this would work is it would store a history of what attacks or actions in battle were used, right? And on the tempted player's turn or tempted character's turn, there's a chance that they might be forced to use one of those actions from the history. Typically the previous characters, right? Greed. You cannot use any action points or items, and you may stop items from being used by others. Originally, this one was just going to be like, if you take damage, you're going to lose money, but that sucked. So you're just going to be like, you're going to hoard resources with the greed temptation, right? So no action points, no items, and you might just like, if someone tries to use an item, I think I'm going to have to do an animation where the character that's tempted goes up and like grabs the item from them and puts it away. So it burns a turn. All right. Sloth, of course, you might lose turns and you can't participate in specials at all, right? So you can't use specials and you may just randomly lose an attack per turn. You might just get too lazy to use it. And then Lust is you can't damage the enemy that tempted you. I think that's a good one. And makes it pretty dangerous. So you're forced to either play support or pray it away. Lust could force use a random item to a random party member, and that's their turn. I mean, it could. It really could. But, like, obviously none of this is, like, set in stone. This is just what I have listed out because I thought those were, like, neat ideas for them. So these might change. Don't take it as set in stone or anything like that. But that's what I've got going currently. And then a few other, like, different status effects that are in there. Like, some things actually have status effect icons that you can't normally get as status effects, kind of. I think, like, full heal, full restore technically count as status effects, but, you know. Those all sound very interesting. Thank you. I'm glad you think that. Yeah, temptations will be classified different from status effects, right? In that you'll only ever have one temptation per world, right? So it's not like you're gonna get like the furious cocktail of like every deadly sin at once, right? Maybe at like Endgame or something like that it could happen, but for the majority of the game it's only gonna be like a chapter specific thing, right? So basically you just have to worry about, like for chapter 1, you just have to worry about gluttony. Chapter 2, you just have to worry about wrath, right? So part of me wants to make attacks that are pretty hard to avoid, but deal really low damage. Just so you're more likely to get these status effects, you know? But I don't know how feasible that would be. So I need to like axe both of those out. We'll just do a new leg and probably new shorts too. I'll keep these corners. But I've toyed with the idea of having the temptations for a long time. They were actually supposed to be in demo 4, fun fact. They just weren't because like I didn't like the implementation at the time and there was really no point. Like, oh yeah, I did mention them. I'll reiterate real quick. Gluttony is a random item may be consumed after each turn, and Wrath is you might be forced to attack on one of your turns. But like I remember in a dev update, I actually I mentioned temptations, and that was going to be a thing coming to the game, right? That was months and months and months ago. It might have, I don't think it was the 10th dev update. Maybe it was. I don't remember. Like, I need to do another one, but like, my main thing about the dev updates is I need them to be more watchable because it's not really, like, the trade-off for how much effort I put into them isn't worth like how many people actually view it. Like, it's basically something that's there for established members of the community already, right? And for the most part, like the people who would watch the devlogs probably already know what I'm going to talk about, unless I have like some specific things that I've been working on behind the scenes, which I do. Hint, hint. All right, like, and I've been really good about not spoiling it because it's really cool. But it involves that like this isn't a spoiler because I've been talking about this before. Like I've talked about this before, so I'm fine with saying what it is that I've been working on, I guess. But it's that one 6-minute long, unskippable, music synced attack. The thing that I'm really believing will make or break the game, basically. I have been working on that. I have been cooking with it, and it's starting to come along in a way, right? Not the in-game implementation, but the enemy that uses it. And let me just say that no one is going to expect what is to come from this. Like, I'm thinking it is going to catch people totally by surprise when it actually happens, right? I don't know if I'll have to relegate it solely to boss rush or anything like that just yet. I might be able to include it in the main story, but I'm not positive just yet. But I have been cooking it. I've had to learn how to use new game development adjacent tools to make this. All right? That's another thing. So maybe once it's done and in a state that I'm happy with, like part of me wants to keep it a secret until like demo 5 is done. Like not show anything about it and just let it be like this massive thing, kind of like Imp Yui was, right? Because I think the only teaser I gave about Imp Yui was a black screen with her team jump attack sound effect playing. Right? I think that was the only thing that I did in terms of like teasing Imp Yui, right? And I'm honestly kind of down to keep it that way, but like I also really want some people to like see what I've been cooking, right? Like I feel like it's going to be really awesome once it's like actually implemented. Because this specific fight also, Sea of Vexility, thanks for hopping in. Have a good night. Hold on, let me read chat. Wrath could do that and maybe lower your defense since you're currently careless. That is true. That is true. I did want to do something like that originally. I think I might have said that that's what it was in the dev update, funnily enough. I do not remember though, so don't quote me on that. But the only thing about doing it like that is that it's a little early in the game for a defense debuff, I think. I don't know, like, because already if you get it from getting hit, like that's going to add like a ton of insult to injury, I guess. I don't know. It could be doable. We'll see when it gets there. But, no, it is not. It's not a doppelganger of Journey. It is not. I will say that. It's what this attack is going to be, or what this enemy is going to be is, like, obviously it's going to be a main game enemy. I'm wanting to do it properly the first time. Like, I don't want to, like, buff it up, like, an absurd amount, like how Imp Yui is currently, to make it work within the demo. Because, in theory, with the new system that I have, I don't know if I talked about this on stream, but where I set up the characters, or not the characters, but the enemies to have a level system like properly implemented now. They actually, their stats start out at like a very low value and get multiplied by their level. So you can have a level 1 of any enemy at this point. And the reason for this is because, if you've been like keeping tabs on the Discord a little bit, we've had some people doing challenge runs, right? Amy Rose was doing a Prey only run. And that got me thinking, what other cool things could be implemented in that similar vein, right? So Prey only is an official feature now in Demo 5. Praise is real. I actually have it already set up and working in Demo 5. Fun fact. So, along with official Praise support, there is going to be, if I get it working the way I want it to, there's going to be official randomizer support as well. And I kind of like, I'll actually, let me, because I'm talking about it, let me load it up. I'll do some things here. Init game, let me enable Prey only real quick, and I'll launch the game. But I've got all the enemies set up in a way that you can shuffle the enemies, and they will be totally randomized. I don't have the levels randomized just yet. That's something for a later time, but I want it to kind of be like you have the option for different toggles for it. So let me set my story progression back here. Debug. Shuffle enemy list. We'll shuffle it a few times here. So enemy list has now been shuffled. If I go and find an enemy encounter now, let's yeah, you'll work. We go in here. Yeah, so what this is one of these enemies takes the place of a glutlet, and the other takes place of the glutlings. So every glutling is like a pepperoni, and every glutlet is a glutslinger now. And also, as you can see, these are grayed out. And we can only skip turn, pray, and flee. We can't use items, we can't use specials, we can't use attacks. That's because it's praise. And yes, I'm aware that's not pepperoni. That's because there's a new enemy added into a slot before pepperoni. Spoilers. There's a new enemy before pepperoni in the hierarchy. So the portraits have been shifted a little bit. So as a byproduct of that, Impui is now a glutlet, I believe. But yeah. Basically, randomizer, praise, official, and stuff like that. As another byproduct of this, I'm also working on like set seed stuff. I've got a new random system that I've implemented that should ideally make ideally it should make like set seed runs possible if you really wanted to do set seed for something, right? But that'll also help for certain online things if I wanted to go that route, like online co-op. I don't know how, like, don't take this as a teaser, all right? Because I genuinely don't know if that's something I'll be able to accomplish, but it's more feasible now than it was before, right? That's all I can really say about that. But, every enemy in the game is Impui. Go. Technically, would be possible. And that is because I could just replace every enemy in the enemy list with Impui, and then just have the levels scale properly. Though I can't exactly say that would be the most fun experience. Okay, let's fix up the mouth here. I liked that angle, but I screwed it up. Whoa. Menacing. But yeah, I do want to add in like challenge run support, of course. Like, I didn't really think there was much of like a interest in that, but like just because there is interest doesn't mean it wouldn't be a fun thing to put in. And it actually didn't take that long for me to implement at all. So it's like, it doesn't even matter, you know? Like now I have it, and if people wanted to do challenge runs, they can. Right? So pray only. I could set it up also for like only certain characters. Like you only get to play as a certain character. And if you... oh, whoops, wrong layer. Like you get like certain areas would just have like hand-holdy modes for you to get through that aren't normally supported for that character. Specifically the 2 areas in World 2 that you can only get past as a character that can jump or use a grapple/glide. Because in Demo 5, I think I'm giving the like slam down to all the characters just because like it doesn't really make sense to only have it on main character because it's such a barely used ability as is. But like it also just adds to movement because I tweaked it up a little bit to where you can use like the slam down dash. You can slam down, and while you're falling you can dash out of it and like just basically shoot your momentum forward. And I think it's pretty cool. So there's our jump fall. So he jumps, he falls, and then see, I'm okay with this being like a relatively troll set of frames anyways. Let's move the belly button up a little bit. That's that's feasible. Oh, and I put the shadow on his shorts. Yo, what's up, Raina? Welcome in, welcome in. Glad you could finally catch a stream. How you doing today? There we go. Okay, I gotta skip this song. I might start crying. The freaking one of these days I gotta like I need to commit to a like gaming stream days or something like that, because there's so many games like I'll be talking about like, oh yeah, I need to play that game on stream sometime, and then it's like I just am never going to do it, you know, because it's like, oh well, I could be working on the game. Like obviously game dev is like way more important than like playing video games, at least to me. Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, sure, why not? But like tempted by sloth is so true. That's genuinely so true. It's like, what do I want to stream today? Oh, I could stream gaming, and it's just like the little devil on my shoulder, like, you want to play Partners in Time. You want to play Partners in Time so bad. It's literally so true. Oh gosh. Today's drink is Kroger spring water. Shoutouts to spring water. The evil cookies with warm milk. Gotta have a bit of jolly time between game dev sessions. Joyous even. And Partners in Time music starts playing, no! I mean, that's true. But like off stream, I usually will hop on some games with some of my buddies. Like, I was playing Overwatch last night. I've been having a lot of fun with Overwatch recently since the new perks update. Like, it just made the game so much more fun. Like, Overwatch actually feels back. Like, it feels like it's been in this slump for so long. Like, I would consider doing an Overwatch stream eventually, maybe, but like, that's like, you know that GIF of like Buzz Lightyear in the toy store where it like pans out and there's just all of them? It's like VTuber who plays Overwatch, and it's like, I don't know if I could do it, you know? I don't know if I could, because it would genuinely just be it would just be like this. It would be the most same stream ever. I have done it before. That was like 3 or 4 years ago though. Like back before like I was like too committed to the game dev grind. Back before I knew people actually wanted to see this game exist. Let me say that. Because I think that was probably... Can I look on Twitch and see that? Hold on. Let me see here. Twitch.tv/Journoid. Can I see my videos? I hope this doesn't start like doubling up my stream audio. Let's see here. Videos. I don't think it keeps them anyways. View all. Oh no, it only goes back 2 months. Well. But yeah, I did stream Overwatch before. And like I would be down to stream Overwatch again, don't get me wrong, right? It's just a matter of actually doing it. I don't know if this is the base I want to use for this. I need him to have like a stomp frame, kind of, for when he lands, and that'll be like his movement, and that'll be his like slam down attack. And I think that's like, this saves like so much time as opposed to trying to make a walk cycle for this guy. I would be so done. So unfathomably done. TBH honest. So actually I could use his hurt actually as a base for this. I don't watch Overwatch content since I've never really digged the game that much, but that's probably because I felt burnt out after playing similar games at the time. That, you know, that's totally fair. That is totally fair and totally valid as well. Like, I don't really care for watching Overwatch myself unless it's like at a high level, right? I like watching, like when I watch streamers, I prefer to watch either streamers that are funny or streamers that are like doing something I'm interested in learning, which can be, you know, like I'll pop into a few other art streams from time to time to see how other people do pixel art or something, right? Or like 3D modeling or just anything I'm curious about, you know? Or in terms of gaming, like high level play, right? So like I like to watch Tetris streams every once in a while to see, like, because recently in Tetrio, the one Tetris game I do play, there was like a new kind of piece loop that was formulated, and I think they named it Mechanical Heart. And it takes advantage of the fact that Tetrio currently uses all spin for pieces. So like normally, like newer Tetris games will count spinning a T piece into a T-shaped slot at the same level as clearing a Tetris, right? In terms of like points and, you know, keeping your back-to-back combo and everything. So what all spin does is makes spinning any piece work for that, right? So they've discovered this kind of setup that they called Mechanical Heart, where you can just keep repeating pieces over and over. You'll get S spins, L spins, J spins, Z spins, I spins, T spins, and you just keep building it up. And like it was strong enough that they had to hotfix it in casual mode, where if you have sent so many garbage lines without canceling any garbage, you were getting, like, it would nerf you in real time, basically. And I think that's awesome, because, like, Osk and the team for Tetrio do, like, much more than the Tetris company has for any terms, like, any kind of, like, game balance for a Tetris game, for what it's worth. But like I just think I think watching high level stuff like that is really cool. Like I did idle in some Overwatch streams recently because there was like a Twitch drop for it, like for a skin that I thought was pretty neat. So Tetris is probably one of the games I have the most trouble learning to play well. So like that, it's like with Tetris, like I'll give you a little bit of insight if you care to hear it at least. I played I started out in Puyo Puyo Tetris on the Switch when I was like, I think I might have just been into high school, right? Like, I might have been like 1 or 2 years into high school or something. I don't really remember, but my family was going on vacation. And I wanted to get a game to play on the drive to Florida, because we drove all the way to Florida. And that was like, it was literally almost a, like a 12-hour drive. So I wanted something to do, right? And no, wait, I was a senior in high school. I remember now, because I remember seeing I seen a video. I think it was probably Wumbo playing Tetris, probably playing Puyo Puyo Tetris, and he was just like playing out of his mind. And I'm sitting here thinking like, dang, you probably have to be like a genius to be this good at Tetris, right? Like being able to process all that information so quickly. That was actually my thought process behind it. And I was starting college soon, so I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna try and get good at Tetris. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna see, because I played the demo of Puyo Puyo Tetris, thought it was pretty fun, and that was the game I bought for that road trip, was Puyo Puyo Tetris. And basically I 100%ed the game on the way down to Florida and the way back home. And I got pretty freaking good at it during that time, like as far as good as you can get for offline, right? So when I actually had like good non-hotel internet access again, I hopped online and just started freaking climbing ranks. So really, I just like did the challenges that were in the story mode of that game, and that worked out to get me like a good base and like feel for the controls, because there was like no pressure, there was no rank pressure or anything like that. It was getting better for the love of the game, pretty much. And that's basically it. You have to like want to be good at a game to get much better at it, I think is the point I'm trying to get to here, right? Because if you don't find interest in the challenge, right? If there's no interest in the challenge, then you're not going to be that engaged with it. And if you're not that engaged with it, you're not going to retain skills for it. And if you don't retain skills for it, then, you know, pretty self-explanatory. Like, you're not going to get better. So, like, my thought process literally started like, oh yeah, I want to get good at Tetris, so I'll do well in college, right? That was like my motivation behind it. And I to this day, when people ask me like how, because I actually like I went to college for an associate's degree, right? Associates in programming, and I kept a 4.0 through the 2 years, right? Which shocked even me, because I didn't think I was going to do that, right? Like, I wasn't like a 4.0 student in high school, right? So the fact that I pulled that off was just like crazy to me, right? So also, what's up, Tom? Welcome in. But like, I kept a 4.0, and anytime someone asks like, how did you do that, like, I say I played a lot of Tetris. And I'm not kidding about that either. Like, to the fact that so I had a speech class. Like, it wasn't an elective, but it was like required for the degree or something like that, right? Like, you had to take a speech course. And my professor at the start of the semester, because this was during the pandemic, so it was all online. He was like, you know, for this, like, what I like to do is I like to let my students pick a topic that they want to... Yeah, it was a yapping course. It really was. But he said, I like to let my students pick a topic they want to cover because they'll be more engaged with it. So, like, he said, for your first assignment, shoot me a few ideas, right? What is something you would be interested in doing a speech on, right? So, I think mine were... I think the two big ones that I sent in were Osu and Tetris, right? And apparently he was also a Tetris fan, which was really cool. Because he was like, I'm actually a pretty big fan of Tetris. I do think that one would be a better one for you to do because there's more resources that you could research. Because like he did a little bit of research himself to like see like what, like just to kind of like guide me through a little bit. Like, hey, here's what you could do it on, right? He was one of my favorite professors. He really was, like straight up GOAT. Like, and I had people say like, oh, I don't really like this guy. Like he's lame, you know, like did not enjoy his class. And I'm thinking like, how? Like, dude, he was like one of my freaking favorites. I don't even know how you would come to this conclusion. He was a GOAT. But, he ended up sending me some, papers that was talking about the Tetris effect, which, you know, the game Tetris Effect, of course. Who's not heard of Tetris Effect, right? I guess. Probably some people, but, he sent me a thing about the actual Tetris Effect, right? And, like, I went down this, like, research rabbit hole with it. Apparently, a method of mitigating the effects of PTSD is, say you have a traumatic experience happen to you, right? Like, okay, I hope you don't, right? But in the event you do have some kind of like traumatic experience, play Tetris. Like, once you get a free moment, play Tetris as soon as possible for like a little while, because what that will do, according to these studies that I've researched for this, is it takes your mind off of the traumatic event and prevents it to an extent from solidifying in your mental, right? And I thought that was awesome, because I would have never learned something like this had I not done this course, right? Had I not had to take this course. So, like, I thought that was really cool. So I got to do, like, one of the speeches that I had to do was on that, right? Like, I had to talk about the Tetris effect, because that was, like, the primary thing. But another was a demonstrative speech. So I had to demonstrate Tetris for my classmates. So I played Tetris Effect. I had a setup very similar to this stream layout even, right? The only difference was that, like, my hand cam was bigger, and I had an input display. And I basically just, like, talked about, like, okay, here's how you play Tetris. You know, you will use these keys to move. I was doing Tetris Effect, too, to add on to it. So it's like, okay, you'll use these keys to move. You'll rotate keys like this. Or pieces. You'll rotate pieces with these keys. And there's these different types of pieces, right? I'll explain all the pieces and everything. And, like, while I was, like, explaining, like, okay, so in this specific mode of Tetris, this is called Sprint. It's clear 40 lines as fast as possible, right? So I'm obviously not doing that for this speech, but... And then I just, like, I'm doing this. I'm stacking up a Tetris and everything. And it was really funny, because once I submitted this and got my grade, my professor emailed me and said... Like, or maybe he didn't email me, but in the feedback for it, like, he said, okay, I had to watch this twice. The first time I watched it, like, I was too focused on how you were moving the pieces so fast that, like, I couldn't pay attention to the speech. Like, because apparently him and his kids were big Tetris 99 fans at the time. Like... So he said, I showed your speech to my kids, and they were like, whoa, how is he playing so fast? Like, it was the biggest ego boost ever. It was so awesome. Tetris saving lives. Very true. Very true. Like, that stuff from that, like, that whole study has stuck with me since. Honestly, I think I have Tetris Effect connected on my PS5, just chilling. It's such a good game. Like, so on Tetris Effect, when it first came to PC, Like, I was like kind of like, I climbed through the ranks. I think for the ranked versus, I think I peaked at about 125 global before I kind of like fell off. Very wholesome moment. I feel happy. Hey, thanks, Comic Cat. I appreciate it. It was such a fun moment. It was really such a fun moment. I loved my college experience. Like, even though it kind of got like screwed over by the pandemic, like we had this weird like drive-through graduation, which was pretty lame, but everything else was like, for the most part, pretty freaking fun. I actually one of my, like, I went for programming, not cybersecurity, right? Because that was like the two main things that were offered at the college I went to for like computer stuff for the most part, until you got into like engineering type stuff, right? But I had to do a cybersecurity course because the one programming course I needed to finish my degree for wasn't available in my last semester. So my instructor said that I could just like, I could substitute a cybersecurity course. That course was so fun because we got to actually hack into a bunch of different devices. Like, it was like a group thing. So I got paired up with another guy through the whole semester. We ended up we of course had to sign a waiver that said like, I will not use what I learned in this class for evil, right? So online classes for me gave me 999 times homeworks every 5 seconds. Yeah, some of them are rough. Like, it really just depends on like the course though. Like, some courses just give you tons of homework, but thankfully mine were like, for the most part, easy, except for my networking courses. Those sucked. I hated those. I did not retain any information from those, I don't think. I'm gonna go ahead and like, actually, I don't know if I want to read these out, but yeah, pinky finger promise. But in this class, this cybersecurity one, we hacked a bunch of different devices. We had to hack network switches. So like, if you've ever been in like maybe a doctor's office, or like maybe like a school, like maybe a computer room in a school, like a lab or something, and you see this like, it's kind of like a big box with a bunch of Ethernet ports. That's like a switch. I'm pretty sure that would be a switch. Most of the time it's a switch. Okay. We had to hack into one of those, which was pretty fun. Like, we learned the ins and outs of it, and then we would crack into it. We had to hack into some industrial equipment. We had like a simulation that would simulate it was like a conveyor belt moving boxes. Like, like, when you think of like a factory conveyor belt, you think of like something moving like product along a conveyor belt, right? We had to hack into one of those and like feed it a malicious payload that would like make it go super fast and start throwing everything off, right? We hacked a Windows machine that would like, we got to use a PC that was running Linux, Kali Linux, and we ran, like, we gave the Windows machine a backdoored image file, like an image that was actually an executable, and we ran that to create a backdoor, and it gave us full remote access from the Linux machine. And that one was especially fun because I don't remember the tool specifically that we used for it, but the console, when you ran this tool to enable the RAT, the remote access Trojan, it would send like, once it actually fired off properly, it would spit some Japanese out into the console, and it was Shikata Ganai, which that's like Japanglish because I did not do the accent for it like I usually do, but basically it can't be helped, right? And I was like, because I was like studying Japanese a little bit at the time, and I actually read it and I was like, what? That's so cool. And then the last one I had to do for that class was the last hacking related thing we had to do for it was we hacked a heart monitor. So, like, this, about this size, like, external, like, little heart monitor that, like, you'd put on, like, you'd put it over your chest, and it just gets your heart rate and everything, right? We were able to intercept the packets that were being wirelessly sent from that heart monitor to a phone. And, like, I was doing the PC side of things, and my partner in the lab was, he had his thumbs on the heart rate monitor, so it was getting his heart rate. And once it went through, we just had this, like, console spitting out his heart rate. And it was, like, so freaky. It was so cool. It was literally awesome. And then to cap off that, that course, we had to do a presentation at the end of the semester. And you had to pick a data breach or some kind of, like, major hack and show off, like, how, like, from the things you've learned from the course, how this possibly could have happened. And, you know, I've been yapping about this and not working on sprites at all, so I'm gonna, like, try and, like, do that a little bit here. I just need to see which one do I want to do next. I'm going to assume probably maybe inhale, I guess. I got to do mine on the, what was recently, like, making the rounds at the time, the Nintendo Giga Leak. So I got to talk about, like, all that kind of cool stuff that was leaked, like prototype DS, I think, prototype Wii, like all those images and stuff, the IQ and everything, I think was part of it. And like that was like, it was so cool, it was so fun. Like, I had an awesome college experience, I think. Very much enjoyed it. The rat? Rats. Rats. We're the rats. Those who know. I guess I do need to do inhale here. You can totally imagine Gluttank's inhale looking a bit like Bowser's from Inside Story. That's very true. That's kind of what I want to do. The only difference is I want to make him really unhinge his jaw. I wonder, hold on, let me see if I can find this old sprite here, because I might not have it, but there's an old Gluttank sprite, like vintage old Gluttank sprite here somewhere, maybe. Oh, I bet I don't have it anymore. No, wait, pause. Oh, this was Gluttank before it became... Yeah, I don't have this one anymore, I don't think. Because it was for Gluttank before... Wait, nope, pause, I found it. Hold on. Here we go. Alright. Old Gluttank. Old vintage Gluttank. This is the one where he was like triple jointed in the knees that I was talking about on stream yesterday. This is how his inhale used to be. And like I had like blur frames like baked into it. So it was kind of lame. But I kind of want to do something like this for him still. Where he really unhinges his jaw. I just want to make it look better. Right? I could also like add on to this where there's like, if you manage to get... So, the current Gluttank inhale attack, he inhales like fruits and enemies, right? Say if you get hit like 3 times, like each time you get hit, you get inched closer and closer to him. Say you get hit 3 times, boom, he's got you. And then big damage. Yeah, we can't, like, you are free to criticize the old art as much as you want, because like, I would literally, when I made sprites in very early Angels and Demons, it was literally freehand. There was one layer for this, always. I did not layer this at all. I don't even know if I have the Sprite file for this even. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find his walk. Pillar John, so true. Alright. Yeah, here's his walk. Here's his walk with his, like, triple jointed knees. Because, like, right here's his knee, and he goes up and then back up like this. Like, it was so bad. Even... like, and there's just missing pixels even, right? Like, zero care put into this. This is the Sprite file for this too. 0 layers. And this is how I did things, like, pretty deep into the game too, for a lot of stuff. Arguably worse than DS graphics. Because you gotta think, both Partners in Time and Bowser's Inside Story are DS games. 1 layer sprite sheet challenge. Alright, don't get mad at me for this one either, but up until like the very end of Demo 4 development, right? Basically like a month or two. Everything for the protagonists, like main character, Yui, Kaguya, Autumn, Hector, was done on no more than 5 layers. Main character was like 1 layer. Yui was 3, solely because of her wings, and I think maybe her halo too. Maybe not even that. I know just her body and her wings were like the main ones. Kaguya, Autumn, 1 layer. Hector, 3 layers. His body, his goggles, his glasses. And half the time, his glasses were screwed because they were just, like, I accidentally copied them to the wrong layer. So, it was pretty bad. So, but... I could probably start with this frame, actually, the slam frame. And, like, I think what I'll do is I will lower his arms here. Okay, outline, arms, belly. No, maybe not belly. Hold on, outline, arms. Yeah. And that doesn't work, of course. Can't just shift it like that. Ha ha ha. Also, welcome back to Tom. Let's see here. Wait, we got Peak playing. Probably one of the greatest songs in the entire Partners in Time OST. TBH. To check my phone. I want to move his head a little bit, but I'm not sure what direction to move it. Actually, wait, I have an idea here. Whoa! What the? Wait a minute. Did I must have accidentally copied the layer. I swear I thought I just like copied like the outline layer and it was not right at all. Okay, head. We're gonna have him start looking like that, I think. And then go up into this one. Remember I had a DS cartridge that had like 100 games or something? Like one of those, like one of those old CD-ROMs. Played Sonic Rush and Partners in Time. Based. Primo games. I had Rush Adventure and Sonic Chronicles, The Dark Brotherhood, which one of these days, stream game, eventually. Eventually. I need to tag this inhale. Played Rush Adventure a lot back in the day, same. Look. I know Sonic Chronicles is considered to be like pretty freaking not good, right? But it's peak. It's peak. It's literally Osu. Like the attacks are Osu. It's like It was, in a way, Angels and Demons is just a proper spiritual successor to Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood. If you think about it really hard and like squint your eyes and maybe from a distance, you know? Okay, this is where I'm gonna like have him bring his arms down. I think I'll do a smear frame here, actually, for this last one. Get a sip of me drink too. A little thirsty. Do 5 mental gymnastics and I can see it. True. It's like, you kind of have to do mental gymnastics to see Angels and Demons as a spiritual successor to any of the games that are like the inspirations for it, honestly. Like, I say it's inspired by Mario and Luigi, Super Paper Mario, and VSRGs like Osumania, right? The Osumania one, pretty freaking easy, you know? Like, I basically, outside of like mods, I have feature parity with Osumania, I think, right? For Super Paper Mario, it's literally just because it's a platformer and you can damage the enemies outside of battle if you get high enough level. For the Mario and Luigi, it's like kind of there in that it's a reactive turn-based battle system like those games are, but the attack styles are like, as far as I know, that is a totally unique thing that like no other game has done. Right? Like, the closest approximation of a game that has done something like attack styles is quite literally WarioWare. Right? Like, WarioWare is the only game I can think of that has something remotely similar to attack styles, and that's just because it's the whole game, you know? So, honestly, like, I could slap, like, the WarioWare inspired on there, but with that one indie game that's been making the rounds recently, I think it's called Mindwave. I've seen a little bit about that, and that looks like a pretty neat game. Not really for me, I don't think. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's something I'm gonna, like, go out of my way to immediately try and, like, play right now. But it looks pretty good. I'll give them that. Looks really well made so far. But I think they're, like, kind of, like, getting this WarioWare renaissance going because I seen Mindwave and then Boom Buster is also doing a spin-off game. That is, I guess it's a spin-off, of like WarioWare type stuff where it's just little mini games in universe, and it's like, oh wow, I could do that, except that's just my game. That's just Angels and Demons, is that it's just like that, you know? The battle system is just like that. So, they don't put a WarioWare about RPG. Yeah. And that's totally, like, Nintendo's fault. We're so due a new WarioWare, honestly. Like, or not WarioWare, Wario Land, sorry. We are so due a new Wario Land, and they're just like, what if we didn't? You know, what if we did not Wario Land? Like, I would love to see a Wario Land game that's, like, super fleshed out, like, gives Waluigi a little bit of spotlight. Like, make Waluigi the Luigi to Wario instead of, like, this weird, like, side character, right? Like, bring back some WarioWare staples, like Captain Syrup, right? I loved Wario Land Shake It. That was a fun game, right? And it had a freaking peak art style going for it, right? The whole, like, anime style and everything, like, hand-drawn and everything. Like, that type of, like, left field thing is exactly what you'd expect with Wario, right? And it's kind of a crime that they haven't done anything more like that, you know? Like, I genuinely think that if Nintendo did decide, like, yeah, we're going to do a new Wario Land, right? We're going to do a new Wario Land. If they just gave it some, like, weird, like, backwards art style, people would love it. Especially now. Like, weird art styles is, like, one of the big selling points of, like, a lot of indie games, right? That's kind of what I tried to do originally. It just did not work out in my favor. That's why original Angels and Demons looked, like, really interesting, to say the least. Because I was very Pizza Tower inspired. But, you know, I've found my true love, Partners in Time. So, like, now we're really cooking with it. But, like, like, honestly, like, I would have expected them to do something like that, like a hand-drawn anime style for the Mario and Luigi games than Wario, you know? Like, it feels more fitting since they've always had this kind of hand-drawn style going for them, right? Of course, like, I'm glad that Brothership looks the way it does. I rock with Brothership's art style, you know? I think it's awesome. And I think they have the models. They have, like, a solid style. They've got a team that wants to do things. Drop the Partners in Time remake in the Switch 2 Direct coming up, you know? Like, drop it, Nintendo, and my wallet is yours, you know? Have you considered making a Wario Land inspired game before more games like it started coming out? I mean, like, you could argue that Angels and Demons is WarioWare inspired too, solely because of the escape sequences in the secret boss dimensions. Like, I'm not gonna outright say it's Wario Land inspired because it's a little more Pizza Tower at this point because it's so fast paced, you know. Okay, speak of the devil. Oh my gosh. Hello, Tubular Trash Zone. Insanity. What a jump scare. Shoutouts to Mick Pig for just, like, being a resident of my stream, I guess, and controlling my instance of Fubar 2000. It listens and it knows. Bro summoned the almighty one. I'm kind of excited to see, like, how this new game that Mick Pig's cooking up is going to turn out, honestly. Oh, did I just put that on the outline layer? I did. Oh. I don't know if Woon is the final title for it, but they're cooking, like, a online side-scroll beat-em-up game, right? And it looks pretty good, like it's Pizza Tower type art style. It looks like it'll be pretty fun. So, does the playlist know about Sonic Unleashed? I do not have any Sonic Unleashed on the Fubar playlist. I should. It's kind of a crime that I don't. But, especially with the recomp happening recently, but... Actually, hold on. Let me take a look here. Maybe I can get... let's see. Maybe I can get Unleashed added to the playlist. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll have to do it when the site that I'm looking at is not under maintenance. I guess they're sitting on clouds right now. Yeah, Endless Possibilities is incredibly based. I actually had it on, like, my playlist, like my personal music playlist. Like, I added it a few months ago, and then, like, you know, a few weeks ago, the Unleashed recomp thing happens, and I was like, wow, that's freaking interesting. What are the odds of that? I'm feel like sometimes I get things that happen that make me feel very main character coded, you know? Alright, we are unhinging the jaw now. We're gonna see how this looks. This might look incredibly scuffed, so I might not even end up doing this. But we are going to see regardless. Boom, 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 boom. True and valid. Sonic crossover with Angels and Demons win. Actually, that would be incredibly fire, you know? Like, that would be something I'd have to, like, throw out to, like, a modding community, but unfortunately, Angels and Demons is just gonna have to be, like, incredibly rough to mod. Because I care more about performance than I do about mods, unfortunately. Which means I have to compile the game to, like, real machine code instead of letting it just do virtual machine stuff. But it does help. So... games like Undertale and Pizza Tower are compiled in virtual machine mode in Game Maker. So they actually just like ship a virtual machine with it that interprets the code, to my knowledge. Right? And what it doesn't like it basically converts it to stuff readable by the computer in real time, which is fine for some games, not for Angels and Demons, because like I want the game to be able to run on like poor hardware, right? If at all possible, right? Because like I know how it feels to have a really sucky computer, because I grew up with a really sucky computer. All right. Basically, like I had a laptop that I had to sit on one of those like externally powered fans, and if the day was too hot, I couldn't use it for gaming because it would overheat and shut off. It could barely run Team Fortress 2 with like the most absurd, like low quality like performance settings known to man, like Masters Config, I think is what it's called. Like I had that running, and it still like had just like random chance to overheat and just be kill, like which made it really sad trying to do like man versus machine tours of duty and everything like that. But let's see here. I don't know if I want to like let me ditch this frame. Or bring it out here, actually. I'm gonna round this off here, so it kind of like leans into the inhale a bit more at first. I think. Go. waiting for my phone to charge so I can continue making the assets for my Fang game. Oh, this stinks. I just felt that needed to be read, like kind of like Wario almost. A very Wario coded message, even. Probably because we were just talking about Wario. Have a rotten day. Wario's not my best voice acting, honestly. That goes to TV show Luigi, those who know. Or is it the bagel? I can kind of hit the squadala, we're off. Just a little bit. I've been kind of like saving that one, right? Like I know for a fact I can hit the TV show Luigi, like word for word, bar for bar, like same pitch, same everything with it, right? Like I could voice fan projects if I wanted to, right? Like that. Let's see, inhale, start. We got a bite. I'm gonna give him like this frame here too. This is like such a munch frame right here. He's so munch. The TV show Luigi. I wonder if I can like hit it again. Well, it's like they say in Brooklyn. Early to bed, early to catch the worm. Or is it the bagel? Great! I'll grab my scarf. Gee, it sure is boring around here. My boy, this piece is what all true warriors strive for. I don't know if that's the line. It's been a minute since I've heard that line past just my boy or I wonder what's for dinner. You know, like I think I might have gotten that one wrong, but it's been a while since I've heard him regardless. Oh, there go my dogs barking. I wonder what she's barking at. I actually might need to do away with that frame, yeah. Dude, he's such a nasty eater. Chew with your mouth closed, brother, come on. My boy, this piece is what all true angels strive for. I wonder if I could get away with just having this like one single frame for the inhale and just like adding some squash and stretch to him. Like I don't want to get lazy with it, but like I also like don't want to I don't want to like yeah, this is literally I need to have like a command, like a bot command, like an exclamation sloth or something that just like plays a sound and just like reminds me to not be lazy with the animations or something. Why is his mouth open? Is he stupid? Okay, wait. I'm not familiar with which character says this line, so I'm gonna assume it's CDI Link. I guess that's worth a pray, huh? I won! Lockout? I don't know. I don't know. If the list keeps expanding like it has been, then like I might hold off on it, you know? Because, like, I want to have the most challenges. Actually, hold on. Let's check this out real quick. Let's check out bingo on stream right now. Bingo sync. Test room. You'll never guess this password. Even though you can see the hand cam, but you don't know what keys I mashed. And if someone manages to join the room, like with whatever like crazy like spam password I just put in frame by frame, you know, then congratulations, you're in the lockout video, I guess. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna put this up on screen. Here's an example bingo board. All right, that would be for a theoretical YouTube video. All right, / stream. Oh, this is a little too big. Hold on. Let me like get a better screenshot of that. Can I zoom out? There we go. That's a little bit better. No, don't save. There we go. So, a theoretical bingo board randomly generated. Defeat Bloodwrath, blend a water smoothie, pet the horse, perform all 14 attack styles. That's a post game. I'll mark post game ones here. Post game. Cringe dialogue. Get the cringe NPC dialogue in Westall. Use Angel Airlines solo. No-hit champion Gluttank. There's another post-game. Trolling dialogue. Okay, both of these on the same board is banger. Eastern Arwood no-hit. Post-game. Use cheese. Blend 10 different smoothies. Use the hover grind. Post-game. Defeat Kaguya in one attack in boss rush. That probably actually doesn't need boss rush in the name there, actually. Defeat Gluttank no-hit. Use a big top breakfast. Hold 25 pairs at one time. Visit every room in the empty vomitorium. Finish the fight with the possessed gunwoman. Equip all fancy suit gear as Journey. Use Clone Conundrum. There's another post-game. Get the Gluttonous Shorts. Defeat Gluttarist no-hit. Pray for crits. Defeat Parasitic Bloodwrath no-hit. And blend a Rudy Root Shake. So there is, let's see, 7 of these that are post-game on this specific board. This is kind of what I'll want to, like, I kind of want to knock out some of the, like, I want there to be less of a chance for post-game ones, right? Which, I mean, technically is fine for, like, making content, because then I have to play through the game for it. Like, whoever's playing this has to play through the whole game to get to the end of it, right? If you're trying to get, like, a specific bingo line. If it's lockout, however, it changes things, because lockout would mean someone has to get 13 goals to win, right? Because then it prevents the other person from getting any of those goals. And just because of progression, I would like there to be like more progression-based ones, like, or less progression-based ones, I guess is better to say here. Like obviously these like late game ones, like are all attack styles, that is that has to be post game, because you know, you have to experience all of them, right? Eastern Arwood, boss rush. Champion Gluttank, boss rush. Hover grind, that's Hector, technically boss rush. Kaguya is post game. You could technically defeat her in one attack like beforehand, but it's incredibly unlikely you're going to do that in a good way. So I can, actually, let me just remove that. Defeat Kaguya in one attack. That can just be, don't need to have boss rush on that. So pretend this is not here. That's more accurate. But like, already, like, I'm like looking at this board, like this would be a bingo line that's super easy to get right here, right through the center, right? Let's see. What's another good one here? Technically, this is the best line. Like, straight through the center is the best line. Right here. That's the best line to try and go for. This one feels pretty doable, right? Other than the hover grind and Kaguya things, right? This one feels pretty doable, other than the Clone Conundrum one, right? So, if it was to be, like, bingo, it would have to be a multi-line bingo. Like, you'd have to get multiple lines instead of just one, more than likely. Unless I'm trying to make it fair, because like realistically anyone I do this with is going to be at a disadvantage because I've been playing this game for 4 years. So, basically, let me roll another board. Let's roll another one. New card, generate. Oh, I didn't paste the code. Whoops, probably should do that. And generate. All right, here's another one. This one's a crazy looking one just at a glance. Let me close this out and put a new one in here. All right. Blend 5 different smoothies. Defeat K and Os no hit. Defeat Imp Yui using the default equipable items. Game over. Oh, I double A'd there. LOL. Game over in a fight. Use Angel Airlines solo. Trolling dialogue in the diner. Water smoothie. Hold 25 apples. Defeat Gluttarist. Pray for patience. Empty Warzone. Chapter 1 Dream. Scarf Scramble. No hit Blood Wrath. 750 damage in a single combo jump. Holy Home Run. 1000 damage with a single Sentry Shuffle. No hit Ghost Pepperoni. Pray for damage. Get the Eastern Coat. Blend 15 different smoothies. Have an ally get KO'd with less than -99 HP. Defeat Kaguya in one attack. Blend 10 different smoothies and equip all Western gear as Journey. Could be cool, right? Like, I don't know if it would be able, if we would be able to do a blind board for it, because I might like want to like structure the board in a way that doesn't like have a lot of the like the boss rush no hit ones. Though if it was a lockout and one of the goals is no hit Imp Yui and it's like a neck and neck race, it would be an insane last thing, right? It would be an insane last goal to try and hit. So, however, like, I don't know if I want to, like, jump right into doing the lockout thing just yet. Like, I do and don't. I think that would be a neat, video to go up, but at the same time, that's going to be, like, I feel like it's going to be scuffed regardless, like, it's more just like, is that going to be something that's going to be interesting to watch, I guess. Like, I think it'd be a good stream. I'm not sure about a video, though, unfortunately, right? Because just solely due to the fact that it's a, like, it's a relatively unknown game, right? Because, like, with bigger games, like, I know people do Binding of Isaac, they do Mario Odyssey, of course, Pokemon, Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. They did bingo and lockout for those games. I know for those, it's like, you know, it's an established game. For the no-hit goals, is it necessary to go through all of the enemy's attacks or just kill them before you get hit? Just kill them before you get hit. Because if it was go through all their attacks, like, oh gosh, like, it'd be evil. But I mean, no, just the textbook no hit. Finish the fight without getting hit. There could be one that's avoid all of, like, you know, X enemy's attacks, right? And that could be a goal, but that feels a little bit troll, because then you have to know every single attack and make sure that every single attack happens. I don't know if that's like, if that would be troll or not. TBH. So, a little unsure at the time, but like, yeah, as far as no hit goes for one of the goals, it would just be defeat before you take a hit, right? So if you have high speed and high attack, like, that could be free. You just like use some big attacks with main character and Yui, right? So probably Holy Home Run with both of them, and then on Kaguya's turn, combo jump and hope you get like a lot of damage. On Autumn's turn, Sentry Shuffle, get a lot of damage. Hector's turn, Clone Conundrum, get a lot of damage. And that's probably enough to like cycle any of the bosses. Like, honestly, I could probably launch the game right now, go into the fight with Imp Yui and do exactly that. You know? Like, I kind of want to do that right now, but... I do think, though, I'm going to test out this little Stream Deck button I've got here that I haven't done yet for stretch break. And I'm going to get up and move around for a little bit. Just like a minute or two and go grab me another drink and check on my dogs. So if you've been sat for a little bit, now is a good time to stretch ma. Okay, hi. I'm back. I actually did not go get more drink, but instead, I cut me an apple. Because I stood up and I was like, dang, I'm a little bit hungry. So, we got, today, the Honeycrisp apple. Alright. An apple would go so hard, that's why I cut me one. Right? So, it might have a little bit of crunch. This would be this is a primo opportunity for a new Gluttank sound effect. So, and I'm not trolling when I say this. I'm opening Audacity right now to record this. Always on the grind, all right? So, that didn't have that good of a crunch to it. No, not really. Not as crunchy as I was hoping. Unfortunate. Thankfully, my audio filter is not getting much of it there. So, that's cool. Poor apple was murdered. True and valid. Not sure where I want to go with the inhale animation, honestly. Like... Actually, maybe I have an idea. Three frames, and he just kind of like moves his jaw a little bit back and forth. Oh my gosh, it's so peak. Real talk, I think if like I did it, like I could probably, like if I opened up Partners in Time right now, I could probably finish the game in like the remaining time I have to stream. Real talk, because the first day of stream for it, which was birthday stream, I think we made it to Yoshi's Island. So, I feel like it's doable. I guess the better question would be, would anyone want to see Partners in Time stream? Maybe I could give his arms a little bit of motion. Just a little bit. Oh, there was a good crunch. Dang, I wish I was recording that one. I usually don't like to eat while I'm streaming, just because I feel like people find that like incredibly annoying. But then I remember that there are like reaction streamers with an asterisk that will sit there and just like eat and watch someone else's video and get like views for it, and I'm just like, maybe it's not that bad. Which thankfully my microphone is filtering out like every bit of my chewing pretty much, which is really good. Do this. True. Valid, actually. I'm a fraud. Hold on, let's pull up. We could pull up some content, probably. One thing I think is really funny about the encounter with Mario in that chapter of Paper Mario is that to find like the missing letter, you have to trick that freaking bird that I hate. Oh, I love the Oasis. When I was working offline on some World 3 related things, I had this track on repeat for like probably at least 45 minutes, which is saying a lot considering that the length of the song is only about 45 seconds. Another game that has a really good beach theme is Pluck on the Super Nintendo. I don't know about that. I think I just give him this kind of like motion. And then let's just steal this outline here kind of, because that just works. I can't listen to this song without thinking that I'm just like up to some kind of shenanigans. Love how that like mostly just works. I need to fact check it over here because this looked weird. Yeah. There we go. Arm back. Oh, is that on his head? That's weird. Wait. Outline. I think most people's gripes with Dream Team, like if I understand it correctly, is because it is very heavy on tutorials. But for Paper Jam, like I understand the Paper Jam dislike because Like, Paper Jam hardly feels like a Mario Luigi game to me. Like, it was probably the first one that I didn't, like, 100% just love, you know? Bro's doing the inhale move from Mario Land. He's gonna absorb all the nearby coins. He kind of does that, you know? Like, if you think about it, he just, instead of absorbing the nearby coins, it's the nearby food and other demons of gluttony. What a freaking cannibal. I'm checking my mobile device for a second. Hold on. Finally got a new comment on the video and it said, and I quote, "How is this keyboard so illegal?" As if it wasn't explained in the video. It was. Source, I wrote the script. Gluttank land win. When he stops being evil and hateful. So, never, unfortunately. Alright. I think it's due that we throw him in game. And let's see how he looks. We'll render him out, export him. Let me add these in. So he's got... let's see, where is Game Maker? And I'll put it up here on the screen. There we go. Okay. Let me close some things out here. We have inhale, red eye instead of white. I would do that, but the red eyes are typically reserved for specific scenarios with enemies. All right, which frames is it? 21 to 23. Does this? Yeah. 21 to 23. I'm gonna make this a little bit slower. Land is like this one. I don't think that's the frame I'm looking for, but we will... Actually, I can use this one. Jump hold would be this one. And then we need a regular jump, which is this one right here. Boing. And then one more, jump start, which is frames 10 to 13. Where's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. So he has this kind of like squat. He'll go boing. And then I'll do an inhale start as well. No, not that one. Inhale start 17 to 20. Yeah, there we go. All right. And now the only thing is I need to get these frames now. And I need to copy over the let me think with my mind. The hitbox stuff. Well, I gotta open this one anyways. And also, where's his mask? Delete. Okay, I'll just import. Let me fix this one up. This is basically like his permanent hitbox, so it has to be like a dupe like this. I could just use a different frame for this, but oh well. Okay, so open idle. I need to see collision mask, and then inhale start, the 3 jump ones, and mask. Manual collision mask. 108, 152. What engine is it? This is Game Maker. 238. Yeah. And I think that's correct. Let's double check. Yep. Oh, and the origin. That's what I forgot. Okay, go back. Origin is 128, 172. 128, 172. I had to make this one custom or else he like moves like very far down to the bottom of the battle arena. Like he almost stands on like air basically, and I don't much like that. So now let's just see how he looks in game now that he can do some things, but like he's gonna jump between like 1 or 2 different animations. Yep, I'm loading the game up right now, actually. We've mostly been doing art today, but now we're actually putting some of that art into the game. So, here it comes up. And I'm going to pause the music that's playing for stream and just increase the desktop volume a little bit, so we can hear the actual game. And let me shenaniganize here for a second. Gluttank, we'll do boss fight music, and we'll go to the desert. So there he freaking shows up. Yeah, he's gonna like swap between the 2 a little bit. Well, that animation is gonna be changed to a jump. And then this one will use... Oh, I forgot the bite animation, that's what it was. That's what it was, I forgot there. So he's snapping between the old ones. I left Prey only enabled. Whoops. So I guess we're not attacking. We're only just like seeing what he does. So yeah, that slam will be a jump when everything gets changed up. And then so will that one. And ignore the broken tile set because, you know, graphic redesign and everything. But I think he's looking pretty good. Let me disable Prey only real quick. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. If you're interested in trying out the game, I do have a public demo, and you can find that in the description on YouTube. Either, like, on the widescreen view, or in the description of the Shorts live, or just on my channel. Whichever is easiest. There's a trailer and it links to the demo as well. 2 worlds, between 5 to 10 hours of gameplay, which is interesting because, you know, it's a demo, but that's just kind of how it turned out, I guess. It's a little bit difficult to properly show off an RPG without like some gameplay like that, but I keep doing that incorrectly. It really is, and Demo 5 will technically be even bigger because Demo 5 is going to have even more content, but it's going to be more streamlined, if that makes sense. In the way that it'll be much more accessible to content creators, I guess, because there's going to be like, I've talked about this before, but I want to like have there be a quick play, basically, from the file select, where you can, basically you'll jump into a random, no, not a random, but like you'll select a part of the game to just jump into and play at. So like, say that one 6-minute long unskippable music synced attack I keep gassing up, that will be one of those. dig the new version of the formidable foe thing. So do I. When I was redoing the sprites for Glutslinger and Glutlery and some of the NPCs, there we go. This is the attack he didn't use. So those need to move up towards his mouth, for one, because they just kind of hit his belly. But, anyways, as I was doing those sprites, I had this on repeat. I think I listened to it for 6 hours straight that day, and I don't think that's an exaggeration either, really. Like, it was just this on loop. Alright, let's gamble. We're gonna pray. Prayer for victory out of the gate. Place your bets, folks. Oh, close enough. We'll freaking take it. Oh my gosh. That was great. That was freaking great. Well, okay, I'm gonna debug and see what was the other one. Oh shoot, what's going on in here in the freaking thing here? Are we trying to filter an item? Okay, this is awesome. We're trying to filter items for some reason. Okay, we're leveling up like a billion times here too. This does, like, these level ups don't matter, but I do want to know what's like filling up my freaking console here, because that's not right. Add what? It's trying to add an item to the inventory, I think, somehow. That's weird. Wait, is this spitting it out in the Game Maker console too? Oh, no it's not. It just bugged out. Oh, we had prayers 11 and prayers 12. Let me see what specifically that is. Create prayer. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my gosh. You're never going to guess what prayer 12 is. Is this, I don't know if it replaces it or not. But oh my gosh. This is either gonna turn out to be big damage again, or victory. I literally, yeah, because that, when you get a prayer for victory, and then you leave a battle, it translates into a big damage prayer for the next fight. I actually did roll prayer for victory with the second prayer in the Gluttank fight. Just big damage killed him. That is freaking insane. And like, I'm not kidding about that either. Like, okay, let me close the game here and go into the console, okay? So down here, right here, like it was a player turn. Prayer 11, all right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Big damage. All right, that's what this one is. Big damage. All right, we go down here. All right, the next prayer. 12. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Smite. Prayer for victory. I could not script this if I wanted to. All right. That's freaking awesome. All right, back into the normal, your regularly scheduled music, I guess. Oh, I'm kind of like lightheaded after that. Good grief. Woo! Oh man, that was crazy. The odds of that are incredibly insane too, by the way. Right? Because if I look in this code for creating the prayers... Alright, let me like full screen this so it's easier to see. So, A lot goes into it. All right. Sorry, I'm eating a piece of apple. All right. So, if the target enemy is an enemy, your chance for damage and smite increases a little bit. Unless you're in boss rush, or you won't get it ever, right? You will never get victory prayer ever. This needs to be changed to match Demo 4. So if you're in the tutorial, you also won't get it. It's the other one. You also won't get victory. Let's see. But if you pray over an enemy, you get an increased chance. And I'm pretty sure there was a check that if you're in a boss fight. But as far as the game was concerned, we also had a 1, 2, 3.5 times modifier added to that as well. Plus, I think, where is it at here? Yeah, 3.6 multiplier to that. So it was about, I'm going to see what this is exactly. So 3 times, is it multiplied? Is it multiplied? Smite. Where is it at? Smite. Okay, so damage also gets factored into this. So 1 times, I guess, let's see, we'll just do 1 times 3.6 times 12. So this was a weighted choose for a value of 43. All right. These are usually like much higher than that anyways after the modifications go on. So it was a pretty low chance. But very interesting, nonetheless. Now, I guess we're back to your regularly scheduled art streaming here. For Mr. Tank. I mean, I could pivot this into, like, programming stuff now. Because, other than, like, I do know that for his, like, I need to give him a burp animation. Which I can technically just reverse the bite animation here and drop a frame. Right? Like, this is a burp, for sure. Reverse. Give it a tag. Like, put that there, I guess. Is that the same thing? No. Actually, the whole bite animation basically just can get restructured for that, can it? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So there's a burp. I do want to add some kind of, like, animation to him that, like, denotes what he's going to, like, regurgitate, I guess. I was kind of thinking, like, the one dude in Brothership that's, like, it's like the wannabe PD Piranha thing, the Venus Flytrap look, or not Venus Flytrap, but the pitcher plant looking boss. How he has that kind of like attack where he like will hit his belly and like spit something up. I kind of want to give Gluttank something like that as a tell for which thing he's gonna do. Real. The Sinum remix. Goat status. Okay. Yeah, I'm really not sure where to go from here. So I know what I have to do. It's just like, this freaking Gluttank, dude. I gotta do like 1,000,000 pixels of animation for him, and so I'm like sleep. Truly am getting lazy with it, but like I really want it to be done too, you know? Trying to like think of how I want to do like a belly hit animation too. I gotta get into the mindset of a Gluttank, you know? Apple's almost gone. Maybe that's what I need for it. Yeah, I can do it. Like, I know I can do it. It's just like... I'm so asleep. You know? My caffeine is starting to wear off. And I don't want to go drink anymore, realistically. Do not get in the mindset of a Gluttank. True. Bulking season. I'm gonna finish this piece of apple, and then I'm like, I feel like I'll be recommitted to the grind. I just needed a little treat, a little snack, a little reward for all the work I've done, you know? Just a little treat. I just need to treat myself. See Gluttank full on punching himself in the gut to expel the burp attacks. Yeah, that's basically what I'm going for, right? Is, he'll use it as a tell for like which projectile he's gonna send at you, right? Like if he hits his stomach, like it could be a burp. If he doesn't, it could be trash. Love switching back and forth between streams. True. I can tell. Well, it could be. I could do 2 different versions of the attack. One that is dodge, like it is now, and then one that's defend. Because he does have one where he, like, he kind of does, like, everything. Like, he'll spit out forks, he'll spit burps, he will spit bouncy vomit, and non-bouncy vomit. Which is disgusting to say, but, like, but yes. How on earth did you think this is Vengabuzz? I mean, that's awesome, but, like... Let's see, I think what I can do here is use like this like jump as a base, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna start with the jump. And then I'm gonna have to axe this stuff out down here. ARMS is very underappreciated. I loved that game. Well, I still do love the game. Let me be clear, right? It's a very fun game to play, but you have to have working Joy-Cons for it, and mine could fall apart at a moment's notice. Like, let me grab my Switch here, actually. I thought some ad song started playing. Is it bad? That's the first vibe I got. No, I can understand it. I can understand it. But Nintendo Switch reveal. I have a custom shell and everything, right? I got like the jungle green N64 era, right? But like the Joy-Cons specifically are the problem here. Where they screw in, they are a little bit like borked. Let me get it in the camera good there. Like right here and right here. Actually, specifically right here. Like the whole spot for the screw. You can't really see it on the camera. But this screw got stripped. And like, the only way to get it out was to like totally like destroy the case almost. Which kind of sucked. So like sometimes if you squeeze it a little bit, it'll pop. Which is not good. Of course, I don't use my Joy-Cons that much nowadays anyways. So, I am a Pro Controller gamer. And Pro Controller does work in ARMS, don't get me wrong. But, when using the Pro Controller, you lose the ability to individually control the arms. Unfortunately, because you'll have to send both of them the same direction with the right stick. That's why Joy-Cons are technically superior. In that you can like have them, you can do this motion where the arms go out this way, or have them both curve in, or like up and down. You get individual control of each arm basically, hence the name. So okay. I went silent because I had a sneeze coming along, and it took like 15 seconds. I'm gonna Marvin. Don't get me started on my goat Marvin, dude. I will play Mario Baseball on stream right now. Thanks. Whoops. There we go. I'm gonna take this head here. Okay, this is gonna be like belly bump, I guess. Belly bump. I can't believe like how bad the old version of Formidable Foe sounds compared to the new one. It drives me insane sometimes. There we go. Line that up. Fix up the outline. It does mean I've improved, but like it's also just like how did it stay bad for so long? Like I think it's kind of like one of my least favorite songs in the OST. Next to Cult Step. I'm just a Cult Step hater. So, because I just know with that track, I can just do much better than it is. And I haven't yet. Eventually I will, maybe. Maybe that'll be a Demo 5 thing. Maybe not. There we go. I am very critical of my own work, though, for the most part now. After having redone so much of it. Yeah, Slorp, I don't know what, like Slorp had to have been made by some kind of divine intervention, and I'm only like half joking about that, because I don't even know how I made that track as fast as I did, and at the quality that it is, because most of my tracks end up having like a bunch of revisions before I settle on one finally. Slorp had one. Like, I laid out like the foundation of the entire song in one sitting, and then listened to it on repeat for probably like an entire day straight. And I was like, I could probably change these 2 parts and add some extra stuff here to make it sound better. And I did that. And other than mastering, because I don't really want to count mastering as like a separate revision, but other than just the mastering, that's the only revision that track had. Like, there are only 3 versions of it sitting in my drive, and 2 of those are nearly identical, other than like tweaking plugins to make it sound louder and more full, basically. Like, Slorp is probably like in a good way, like I like that it's pretty much the fan favorite, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, right? Because for a little while that was Millionaire, right? Millionaire used to be the fan favorite, but like now I feel like it's kind of Slorp. I feel like Slorp has stolen the fan favorite tag. Which honestly, I'm freaking fine with. Like, I mean, yeah, Impurity is really good, but Impurity wasn't made in one sitting like Slorp was. What are we doing here? What the heck? Impurity? You've seen how many revisions Impurity's gotten. That song has like 20-something different versions on my drive. Each one sounding different. Love the name Slorp. It sounds so silly. It was a stroke of genius, honestly. Because Slorp kind of started as an inside joke, like just the term. Like, it's not entirely an inside joke, right? Like, you've probably heard it like used online before. But me and my friends, when we were in high school, like if we were talking about going to get a drink, we're like, oh, I need to go get a drink to Slorp. Like, basically it was just a butchered way of saying slurp, right? And we ran with that. It just kind of stuck with me, I guess, for a while, right? So then by pure happenstance, all right? Because I had determined, like Slorp is an acronym, of course, for Salvelatine Laboratory of Robotics and Programming, right? The A is omitted, even though it technically shouldn't be, but Slorap doesn't sound the same. So we're calling it Slorp. So, the Salvelatine being Hector's canon last name, right? And that was decided way before the name Slorp, right? Like, I'd known that Hector's last name was going to be Salvelatine since before the game was even an RPG and a rhythm game, all right? When it was just still, like, platformer Super Paper Mario clone, right? I knew that it was going to be called Slorp, right? And by, like, like, when I started working on things related to the lab and everything, I was just like, wait a second, pause, I can call it Slorp, right? A real, true, honest stroke of genius from me, I think. It was like actual GOAT status. All right, now we actually have to use a smear frame here. Rare instance. So I'm gonna dupe this. Oh, I love Impurity as well. Like, it's not near as listened to as Slorp is on my own personal playlist because, like, I talk about this every time it comes up. But if I go to my most played on my phone, Slorp is #1, followed by Chaos Coordination, and then Sunday School, right? I feel like Impurity should be up there, but I use, like, Like, I use the raw wave files, so anytime I have a new version, I just use that one instead. So they don't all, like, combine together for playtime. So, Impurity is probably up there, just across 20-something different files. And then the fourth one is the second version of Slorp, right? The, like, unmastered Slorp is the fourth most played, right? So Slorp actually has 2 top spots, so it's like never getting dethroned. It's the number 1 most played and number 4 most played on my offline playlist. Chaos Coordination is by far my favorite. That is GOAT status because it is literally one of my favorites as well. Like, like I still from time to time just like play it and I'm just like, dang, I cooked. I love this. Being in love with your own song / creation must be the best feeling ever. It really is. It truly, honestly is. And that's why I'm like so dead set on like getting like some of this out there. Like some of my game out there for people to play because like when I start thinking about some of the stuff I've got planned for like late game, it's just like, oh my gosh, I need to get this out there. Like I love what I have planned and it's just a matter of like actually doing things with it, you know? Of course, like, I gotta actually work on the game and everything, you know? And that's the hardest part. Like, the art is the most time-consuming thing, you know? But that's, like, probably the biggest aspect of it, you know? Is doing all these sprites like this. Because, like, even if I make a game that I know I'm going to love, I also have to make a game that other people are going to love as well, to an extent. Or else, you know, I'm not wasting my time, but I'm wasting my time because no one's gonna play it, right? So, that's kind of like why the Sprite rework is even happening, is because it needs to. It's a requirement, even. But, that's how I feel about my own OCs. I just don't have enough knowledge in game design to bring my ideas to life. Thankfully, you live in the best time ever to get started with something like that. You know, like there is so much online to like get you started. Like if you did, like say you did just want to make a game, right? As your like main thing, right? There are so many resources online that can get you like up and started that like that's basically how I learned. Right? Like, granted, I did go to college, full transparency, but I started game dev stuff in my second semester, like at the start of my second semester, before I had done a single programming course. All right? Like, I was learning it alongside the stuff I was doing in college, right? So don't let, like, me having done that dissuade you and make you think you gotta go to college for it or something. Like, it could help to an extent, but, like, for me, like, it was secondary, right? But the most important thing I can say, really, is just to try and start, right? If you get going with it, like, if you make the jump, you're gonna, like, want to keep into it a little bit, right? Tons of tutorials online, like, Sean Spalding makes good tutorials for Game Maker. There's a plethora of different tutorials for like Blender, which isn't a game engine, but for 3D modeling and stuff, and it's free. So you got like Blender tutorials if you want to go 3D. Sprite is really cheap in its own right, and if you wanted to spend some time like to compile it, you can compile it for source and have it for free. And they know you can do that, and they also don't care, to my knowledge, right? Because I used, for the first 2 years of working on Angels and Demons, I had not bought Sprite. I compiled it from source and was just using an old version. And then it went on sale and I was like, I'm finally going to buy it, right? Instead of like using the compiled version of it, like the source code version, right? So if you want to do pixel art, Sprite, heck, I mean, you can use like normal like image editors like paint.net, though they're not like tailored to pixel art necessarily, right? There's all kinds of different communities for like other game engines. Like obviously there's the Game Maker community, there's Godot, there's Unity, Unreal, depending on what you're going for. Like engine should relatively be secondary until like, you know, you just understand some things. So you can just like mess around with a bunch of them. Mess around with Unity, mess around with Unreal, mess around with Godot, mess around with Game Maker. As far as I know, all of them are free. At the very least free to like try out and use. And like see how you like them before you commit to making a purchase for like a license or a subscription or something like that, right? Music, let's see. LMMS is a free, I think it's a free open source digital audio workstation. It's pretty good. Like for as far as free software goes, it's pretty good. There's also Reaper, right? Reaper is Nagware to an extent. Like it's kind of like how WinRAR is, where it's like, hey, you've used up your trial. Would you like to buy the full version? And you can just say no, and they're like, okay, but please consider. As far as I know, that might have changed, but last I remember, Reaper was just kind of like that. And it's a really good digital audio workstation if you want to do like music and stuff. I know one big rhythm game artist uses Reaper as like his main DAW, and that's Camellia. So, you know, there's actual like community GOAT status right there. Let's see, what am I missing? You can also use that for sound design. Like I use FL Studio for music and sound design stuff, but Reaper can accomplish the same things, and there's plenty of like free plugins that you can use as well, including the ones that just come with it. Let's see. Note taking. If you want to keep track of like stories and lore, I use Obsidian MD. All right. And it's good because it lets you link files together, like, and reference them, and you can see them in a graph and everything like that. I just keep all my notes about the story and the game and the characters in that. So there's stuff like that. There's a lot. Like this is I like having this conversation because genuinely now is like now is the best time to ever get started in any of this kind of stuff. And I do in fact want to see more cool indie games, right? Like like if it wasn't like, you know, speaking of the devil, Pizza Tower music's playing, right? How I got started was I seen the Sage demo of Pizza Tower and got curious because I was like, you know, I would love to make a platformer that's like fluid and stuff like that. What engine did they use? Pizza Tower? Game Maker, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm going to commit to it, right? Like for me specifically, the monetary investment is what kind of kept me going because I had some extra spending money, so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to buy Game Maker and start learning, right? Because, you know, at this time, I'd probably seen, like, some of these different, like, influencer TikToks. It's like, oh, you just have to get started. Once you get started, everything else will get easy. And unfortunately, they were kind of right. Like, I bought Game Maker and then went on Christmas break and didn't mess with it much for a little while. And then my second semester of college rolls around, and one of my professors was showing these things like, hey, if you wanted to learn more about this course, you can use Udemy, and there's some good courses on there, right? To help expand your knowledge past what's offered in this course if you're interested, right? And I got curious. I was like, okay, Udemy. I wonder if there's anything on Game Maker on there, right? Sure enough, there was like a platformer tutorial, and it was like $13. It was on sale, and I was like, you know what? I'll do it. Now, in hindsight, like, I could have just used YouTube tutorials, but me specifically, like, making that kind of monetary commitment is what kind of kept me engaged with it at the time. Like, now it's just, I understand enough about, like, everything that I can just keep going on my own. Like, very rarely do I have to look up a tutorial for anything now. And that feels awesome. It really does feel awesome to have, like, for lack of better term, mastered your craft, right? Now, I'm not really going to say I've mastered it necessarily, but it definitely kind of feels like it sometimes, you know? Like when I start doing stuff, like just how fast I can program something now just is really nice. It's a really nice feeling, you know? But, like for you, it could be different, right? Like it could be, you know, like for me, it's the monetary investment that kept me engaged originally. For you, it could just be actually seeing some results, right? Like following a tutorial and then making a character jump or move around. Like setting small goals definitely helps, right? Set yourself like a little goal, like this is what I want to try and learn. And then once you achieve that thing, you're like, wow, I did it. What can I do next? Right? Another way that kind of like leads into it is think of something you want to do and then try and piece together from those tutorials, right? Like I knew going into the original, very early platformer only Angels and Demons that I wanted to have some kind of like cool movement tech going on, right? This is how Yui got crafted, basically. Her dash ability. I was like, I wonder I wonder how I would make something like the dash in Celeste, right? Because at the time I was like really into Celeste. I was playing it a bunch. Or maybe I'd recently beat it or something like that. So I was like, I'm thinking like, how would I do something like that, right? And I kind of like messed around with some things. I failed a lot, right? Like I somehow when I was making this, accidentally recreated the taunt from Pizza Tower where it like pauses you in the air and then like resumes your motion. While I was trying to originally make Yui's dash, I accidentally recreated the Pizza Tower taunt, and that's technically still in the game. It just can't be triggered. Actually, I don't know about that. That might be wrong. I might have removed it, but it was a thing at one point. So, but like just messing around in programming or just having the thought of like, huh, I wonder if I could do that, does wonders. All right. Literal wonders. Like that's how Angels and Demons came to be Angels and Demons today, right? Because it was originally only platformer, right? And at the end of World 1, you were originally going to have a little like rhythm mini game with the Gluttank where he was going to like spit enemies at you, and it was going to be basically like the arm minigame from Bowser's Inside Story, where you have to hit the electricity back into Bowser's muscle or something like that, right? And it was going to be music synced, is what I wanted to do. And I started messing with it, and I was like, like it was not syncing up properly. So I started to wonder, like, I wonder how hard it would be to get this to sync up with the music, right? Started researching some stuff about that, like just trying to find different things, like example code and everything like that, like how other people have done it before. Eventually, oh wait, this animation kind of looks fire even without the smear frame. Wait a minute, what the freak? That's cool. But I started like wondering about it, like how would I music sync this? And then I got to the point where I was like, how hard would it be to just like clone Osu Mania? And then I started writing the rhythm game, and it happened. And then I was like, I wonder how hard it would be to make it turn-based. And then the RPG stuff happened. Like, it was just like, that would be cool. I wonder if I could do that. Is how so many things of Angels and Demons have came to fruition, basically, right? Is just like, that would be cool. Let's see if I can do it, basically, right? Like, that was my biggest motivation going through a lot of this stuff, was it would be cool. I want to see if I can do it, right? So that's a good motivator as well. Like, I kind of went on a tangent there a little bit, but I mean, Let's see. I'm gonna see how this looks with a smear frame. But yeah, the TLDL, too long didn't listen, I guess, would be that there has never been a better time to get into like game dev or really any kind of creative stuff for that matter, because like I genuinely believe that like a lot of people can do these things if they set their mind to it, right? Like I'm always gonna encourage like people who come into my chat talking about like game dev and stuff to just start if they haven't already, right? You know, like now I can't say that it's gonna be smooth sailing or anything like that, you know, because like sometimes it won't be, right? Like sometimes engines will give you grief. Sometimes you'll get like writer's block, mind block, stuff like that. Like just sometimes you'll lose projects, you'll lose data, like due to things outside of your control or something like that, right? I had one time that I just finished a really big cutscene early on in Angels and Demons. My power went out and the project got corrupted, and my last backup was from 2 weeks before, and I just remember feeling devastated about it. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so much stuff that I've just lost, right? And then I got to thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I could probably, now that I know exactly what I want to do, I could probably do it better, you know? I probably could do it better if I wanted to, right? Because I know exactly what I want to do. I know I have the assets still, right? Because the cutscene sprites and stuff. So I'll just throw it back together. I ended up making that cutscene better. Now, granted, it didn't even matter at the end of the day because the cutscene isn't in the game anymore. Really big, really giving me a confidence boost. That is awesome. Really, truly awesome. And I hope you do. I hope you do, like, at least, like, try and learn some of it. Because, like, maybe you start learning and you just think, maybe it's not for me, right? And that's totally fine, too, right? But the initial, like, challenge of starting is what usually puts most people away, right? So if you give it an honest effort and then determine it's not for you, it's one thing. But if you don't put in the effort and then decide it's not for you, right? Then what if, you know, like whole game making process really is just a big what if to an extent, right? Like what if you actually really enjoy making games, but you would never know because you never you never got the start, right? You never tried to start with it, right? Yeah, that's how it was for me too. And I've told this story on stream millions of times, but I'm gonna tell it again. I was like, let's see, I was probably about 5 years old, I guess. You know, I think that's probably about the time I had like real consciousness and like could remember things, I guess, right? I'm playing Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, right? And I'm severely underleveled. I'm fighting the final boss. And I've, no joke, been in this fight for 2 hours now, okay? Because I was that bad. So, my dad's there. Like, he kind of like he took a break from what he was doing and he sat down to watch me for a little bit. And I was complaining to him. I was like, you know, I think Mario and Luigi would do a lot better in these fights if they would eat if they wouldn't eat mushrooms and instead would eat hamburgers or something, right? And my dad, in his infinite wisdom, like, just minor drop in the pool, right? Literally one sentence changed probably the entire directory of my life, right? He said to me, well, if you study computers and stuff, programming, when you get older, or just like, he said, let me think about how he said it. It's like, maybe if you study to be a programmer, when you get older, you can work for Nintendo and then make Mario eat hamburgers. All right. And like, I like to tell this story anytime it comes up, really, but that was the pivotal moment that made me want to be a game developer, right? You know, of course, like, the motivation has changed now, because now I have this, like, insane idea for a game that I want to bring to fruition. That's, of course, Angels and Demons, right? But, like, just, like, a one-off mention in conversation like that, right? And that is what set me on this entire path in my life. And it was especially funny because, like, I made a short, like, I posted a short about this, and I'm pretty sure it's my most viewed, which is even better, right? I made this short explaining this story, and I actually showed it to my dad because some people, like, in the comments of it were gassing him up, like, W dad and stuff like that, and I was like, he was like, huh, I don't even remember saying that. I was like, well, I remember saying that, right? Which I like to try and spread that kind of, like, motivation to people, you know? Like, if someone has an idea like that, and, like, it's obviously, like, obviously if your idea is, like, genuinely, like, not going to be good for you, right? Like, in an unhealthy way, right? Like, I'm probably gonna let you know, like, hey, that's probably not ideal, right? You know, because it would be very, like, non-Christian of me otherwise, right? For one. Two is just, like, I wouldn't want anyone to, like, get stuck into some kind of, like, terrible, like, thing like that just because, like, I could have changed it otherwise, right? But it's just, like, something in passing like that, just, you know, if I can be the person to inspire someone like that, that's insane, right? Genuinely insane to think, like, that maybe I've made, like, just an offhand remark like that. Like, it's like, hey, you should get started with it. And then, like, maybe, you know, a few years down the road, someone will come into, like, my streams or my Discord server and be like, hey, do you remember, like, in, you know, 2025 when you said these things about game development? Well, I just published my first game and I wanted you to see, and I wanted to thank you or something like that. Like, not even just for, like, the ego, but just because that's awesome, right? That I could have been some kind of influence to someone like that, right? Because, like, I've been influenced that way, of course, like, by my dad, and, like, you know, maybe I could be that influence to you. That'd be insane too, right? It's like you said, I mean, if it's been your dream since you've been a little kid, chances are you'll stick with it. So, like, it's just about staying committed, because game dev is time consuming, right? It is a very time consuming process. A lot goes into it. It's very daunting. But if you stick with it, and I mean really stick with it, right? You really have to stick with it. Then you can do, like, really cool things, right? And it doesn't matter, like art skill, like art style, skill, whatever is secondary. Granted, it helps to have, like, a visually appealing art style, of course. That's gonna just result in it being, like, more, like, appealing to the average person. But I mean, look at games like Pizza Tower, right? Pizza Tower, for all intents and purposes, has a pretty visually unappealing art style, right? As far as most people, like, as far as the layman is concerned, right? But the game itself leads into its own art style, like, philosophy, so good, like, it's consistent with itself, right? So what's more important than art, like, your art for the game looking good, is that you're consistent, right? Now, you know, of course, like, if you have a consistent and, like, on average, generally appealing art style, you know, you're probably going to end up doing better, of course, right? But, like, don't let, like, programmer art, as some people say, like, discourage you or anything like that. I mean, like, look at how the art style of Angels and Demons has evolved over the past, like, 3 public years. No, you can't just drop Five Nights at Wario's like that. I was there when Five Nights at Wario's first dropped. All right, I've played Five Nights at Wario's, I think 1, 2, and 3 at least. Like, I used to be an avid WWW Wario fan, right? Back in the day. Like, my younger brother especially, he adored Five Nights at Wario's. So No, like you could even like, even if like maybe fan games would be like something you're interested in. You could start making fan games. That's to an extent. That's kind of how I got my start in a way. I toyed with Game Maker years and years ago. And this was like, I didn't really understand what I was doing. I was just like, beep, boop, 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 like copy and pasting code and just like messing with a bunch of stuff, or just doing like sprite swaps, right? I would mess around with the, there was one engine called the Sister Engine, and that was like a Earthbound engine basically. And it was basically just like some code templates that that let you just like have an out-of-the-box Earthbound game if you wanted to, right? So I used that, palette swapped the characters, and added in some of my own enemies and sound effects, and I was like, whoa, I just made a game. Now granted, that's not public anywhere, but like, it was a thing. There was another engine, the Hello Mario engine, and it was just like a recreation of like Mario All-Stars in Game Maker. And I did the same thing. I just like not even palette swap, just sprite swapped Mario for like one of my own characters and called it a game, and like just shared it with my friends, and we were like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. And then nowadays I'm doing stuff like this, like making, you know, this big dude. I'm making full platformer RPG rhythm game. Like, you know, getting started is the biggest thing. I can never iterate that enough. Like, the best step you can ever take towards it is just getting started. You know? So I think that's my whole rant on it over now. I think. I'm pretty sure. But I mean, I don't know, something might come to mind here in a minute. Let's see, I'm going to fill this in here. Give him a separate one. As long as there's a will, there is a way. That's very true, right? Stick with it, and eventually you'll get there, basically. That's what I have to keep telling myself with Angels and Demons, because it's like, it just feels like I'm fighting an uphill battle with it almost sometimes, because I'll see other people seemingly, like people that have like full dev teams even, right? Like just doing more work than I am. And it's just like, dang, I feel like I'm never going to get this game done. But like, I just have to like not think like that, and just work more, right? Work on it a little bit more, and eventually this game will release. If it takes years, like even more years, it's going to release, right? I don't want it to take even more years, but even if it did, eventually it's going to happen. And eventually you guys will get to see Angels and Demons in its like full finished state, right? I can't exactly say when that would be, but it'll happen sometime. You know? And that kind of like thought process is what I have to keep going with, right? Is that like, even if it's taken me forever to do things, right? Eventually it's going to be done. And once it's done, like, that's just it. Like, I've completed it, right? Whatever happens, you can't beat the development hell that Yandere Simulator is in. Truer words have never been spoken. If Yandere Simulator releases before Angels and Demons, then I might have some problems, you know? But nah, all things considered, like it's just gonna take a while. That's all it is. It's just gonna take a while. Like, if you look at how Angels and Demons is compared to how it was, like with Demo 4, right? You know, like I'm grateful that for the people who have played and stuck around for the game, not necessarily the art style, right? Because I know that's probably what has pushed a lot of people away, right? Is that it doesn't look good. And that's what I wanted to remedy, because like I know I can do better, right? After Demo 4 released, what I did was I basically, or not after it released, but like once the multiplayer update released, what I did was, if I can think, hold on, brain fart. Ekum bokum. What I did was, I took probably like a month after the multiplayer update for Demo 4 released, and just kind of like did some introspection, right? I went through and was like, could I do better, right? I want to say maybe it wasn't a month after the multiplayer update released, but rather after Sage. After the Sage Expo. All right. Once Sage Expo was gone through, and I had the feedback from that, and then Indie Playtest Fest that I was a part of, I think that is where I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to sit down. I'm going to like see what I can do. I'm going to like see if I can improve my art style. Because like, if you think, I guess what the pivotal moment was for the art style swap was actually probably the big like perspective scenes that are in Demo 4, like the Rune Room in World 1, like where the Gluttank shows up again and the Gluttarist happens, or the train station cutscene with the Glutslinger, right? Like I had to redo the train station like cutscene graphic just the other day, and I barely needed to change anything because it was already pretty much in this style, which is kind of saying something, right? Not much had to be done there. So, like, I just kind of, like, sat down. I was like, you know, I've improved my art a little bit. I'm going to try and, like, I'm going to actually see if I can, like, work through some things here. Like, get this game looking better, because that's been, like, how the game looks has been a consistent area of criticism since I put out my first demo, right? Where people will, it's either they say the art style is unique, or I would get some kind of like crazy backhanded compliment about it, where it's like they're saying like, oh, it looks really bad, but like in a good way. And I'm just like, thanks? Question mark. So I sat down, did some like real introspection, like trying to figure out like, what is the best way I could go about this, right? And I think what ended up happening was I downloaded every single sprite from Partners in Time, all right? Every single Partners in Time sprite I downloaded, and I just started looking through them. Just like, how did they do it? What makes this game look good and mine not? Right? That's basically what I thought to myself. What makes Mario and Luigi Partners in Time look good? What makes Bowser's Inside Story look good? What makes, like, this game, that game, right? What makes Superstar Saga look good? Like, my inspirations. Like, I know what makes Paper Mario look good. It's the paper aesthetic. What makes Partners in Time, Bowser's Inside Story, Superstar Saga, what makes them look good? It's the hand-drawn aesthetic, right? And it's the shading, it's the smooth lines and stuff like that. That's why the outlines have these aliasing. That's why I've been putting a lot of work into the shading. And of course, like, my overall skill has just improved quite a bit since then, you know? Because, like, if you look at Gluttank now versus Gluttank then, you know? Night and day difference, all right? Genuine night and day difference right here, all right? These are the same guy. The same guy, like, a year and a half apart. He's had a crazy glow up. Like, old Gluttank here, he's been hitting the gym. He's been hitting the gym. It's diet, it's exercise, it's... like, look at that. He's got the strongman build. This guy is world record deadlifting now. Well, he's a demon. Maybe we shouldn't gas him up like that too much. But you get what I'm saying. Like, it's a night and day difference from how it was. And the new stuff is just like way better than I ever could have expected. Like if we look at old main character and new main character, like he still has his identity. He still has what is my art style, right? Which is this kind of like kind of 64 by 64 like outline shading and everything. But he just looks, to put it like the way I've had it be explained is he looks warm because of the outline, right? Or that the way my younger brother said it, the new art style compared to the old, he looks like a Thursday evening in autumn is how the new art style was described. A Thursday evening in autumn, all right? Like, that's such a specific way, but like, I get it, I guess. Like, I kind of get it. But like, it's just insane. Like, for me, like, I would have never expected to be where I'm at with my game dev stuff, right? Because if you went back to when I first started working with Game Maker and like on Angels and Demons in general, right? And you told me that in a few years, you're going to be sitting at 390 wish lists on Steam. And, like, you're going to have people that genuinely, like, pop into your streams and hang out and like to see, like, stuff about the game that are just genuinely interested in your game, right? Like, if you told me that, so, like, I probably wouldn't have believed you, right? Genuinely probably would not have believed you because, like, for one, like, low self-confidence, of course, but, like, like, it's just shocking. Like, I would have not expected to be at this point, you know? I don't know, like, I kind of, like, went off on a tangent here, kind of, but, like, once I get to talking about the game, like, I'll just talk about it for, like, for hours if I'm let, you know? So, all this to say, just start, basically. With anything, just start. Just start and keep going. And eventually you'll make it. And then, like this is the same for Osu, like, this is like a total separate tangent. But some people will be like, how do I get better at Osu? Play more. You just play more. To get better at anything, you just do it more, basically, right? And it's just like, it's just commitment. Stay committed, you'll probably get it. Anyways, now we are adding new Gluttank sprites in, so we are going to add in the new belly bump. The belay bump. Which frame is this? 34 to 39. 34 to 39. And then we need to do, I guess I'll call this gulp. Gulp. And this is like whatever the last one is. So from 39 onward. I'm gonna like duplicate this frame here. So that way it... Not true, actually. I actually got good at playing games since day one, so I think it's just a skill issue. Literally me. Alright, which other ones were added in here? Burp and eat need to be moved to the new frame stuff here. So that is... let's see, origin needs to be 128 and 172. And manual here, 108, 152, 90, and 238. Boom. And these other ones already have it. Now, I think we could technically pivot this into making Gluttank work in-game. I think. Maybe. Gotta get me a sip after all that yapping. Jeez, my throat's dried out. So, I think what I'll do now is I'm going to... Let me go onto Twitch, and I need to change the category to software and game development. And I guess I'll edit title. Gluttank programming grind. And let me do this on YT as well. Gluttank Sprite and programming grind is what we're doing here. Big, actually. And save. There we go. All right. Now, on to some programming stuff, I guess. We need Gluttank Battle. And now, I think what I might want to do here... You know, I'm genuinely not even sure how much time I have to stream, if I'm being honest. Like, let me look and see here. Let's see what my... It's 7:30 already. I've been streaming for much longer than I thought I was going to be, but, I mean, so far it's looking like I'm clear for, like, at least another hour, at least, which is pretty cool, so... Alright, so, the first thing I need to do is put this up here so he turns around properly. And let's see. Gotta think with my mind here. Oh, he does need his roar, but that's secondary. That's basically cutscene stuff. So, let's see. What do we got here? Okay, so I might end up having to like totally redo his code here because it's a lot of spaghetti. I wrote this code a long time ago. Right. Basically, I did a lot of things that I probably shouldn't have done for it. Like, so I don't exactly want to like do it from scratch necessarily, but I could probably get around it here. Let's see. First, I need to determine his attacks here, because I know he's going to be doing some different stuff, right, like already out of the gate. So, let's see. Where's his attack stuff here? Where is that at? I'm just missing it. Attack floor is 0, but what's your attack height? Oh, I see. It's defined up here. Okay. So if we are not a boss rush Gluttank, we have 4 attacks. So 0 through 3. So let's see. I gotta decipher my code a little bit here, I think. Which is gonna be difficult considering that, like, I can kind of tell my eyes are starting to get a little bit strained. Also, I wonder, this looks very scuffed on vertical stream, so I'm gonna have to keep this window open over here. I just thought about that, like, let's shrink it. It looks fine there, I guess. Vertical stream viewers, if you're there, I apologize for the scuff. I didn't notice. But that should be fixed now. So, this is the slam, so I'm going to trace this here. I'm going to have to open some more things here. I'm just going to open all of his code here. We'll need that. And then this. And then we'll have all of that here. So, let's see. I'm going to trace this through, just follow it through. Our attack is 0. This is the slam attack. So we go set alarm 5 here, which updates our animation. We go to state 1. State 1, state 1. Okay, so when this alarm triggers, we do the slam. So, I might just have to restructure this. And I think that's what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to space all of this out. And then what we'll do is, let's see. We'll take this, because we don't need this code here. Case 2. So we'll advance our state after this fact. And do this here. So if none of the rocks exist, we'll finish our attack, basically, once we're in that state. What we're going to do here is, if that alarm goes off, what we'll do is we're going to do this. Sprite index is not going to be this. I'm going to have to add some new to this one anyways. Let's see, eat. We need jump, or jump start, jump hold, or jump and jump hold. Jump hold, belly, and gulp. So jump start, jump, jump hold, belly, and gulp. I do the sprites like this, so that way I can update them only once when boss rush happens. So, is the Steam banner going to be updated when the sprites are finished? The Steam banner and this page itself will probably only get updated when Demo 5 is finished. So, in a way, yes, technically. Yeah, they will get updated when Demo 5 comes out, and that's at the same time Demo 5 is done, is basically when all the sprites are going to be done. So, yes, but not in the way you think, basically. So we're going to do jump start. And then what we'll do, is because we're in state 1 still. We're in state 1, we need animation end. If state is 1 and sprite index is equal to sprites jump start. Wait, there needs to be an if there. If that is true as well. So if our animation has ended and we're in the jump start and we're in state 1, which is what we want, then we are going to start our slam. Our Y speed is going to become like -14. We're going to give him hops. And our sprite is going to be jump. And then our image index will be 0. Our image speed will be 1, just in case. Boom. Now, this is where... Actually, wait. Pause. Let's not trigger that there. But instead, now, we'll go here. Into our attack. In this. So. Let's do a check here. We're going to do y plus equals y speed times delta. Y speed plus equals 0.65 times delta. And if y speed is greater than or equal to 0, then our sprite index will be sprites Gluttank sprite dot jump hold. And then if our y is greater than our initial starting position or equal to, then we will do slam. And then our sprite index, we'll do this. We'll put this out here. If we're not in do slam, Otherwise, if we are in Do Slam, which we will be when this happens, our sprite index will be Gluttank sprite dot slam. I think that's the correct one. I'm gonna double check that. Slam is right next to burp. Slam down. No, it's not. Which one is this? This is a ground pound. No, not ground pound. Land. Land is the one I'm after. Land. We're at state 1. Land. Alright. Land ho, indeed. And then we're going to play a sound. I think it's Close Boom is the one I want. Yeah. Close Boom. And then, I think I have this in my clipboard. Uh-oh. Where did I put the rock spawn code? Is it this one? Yeah, okay. So now the cool thing about this code is that I don't need to put any of this in here. And just do this. Like this, like so. We'll spawn our rocks. And then we should go to state 2. So now we're in here. Rocks will have been created. If rocks don't exist, then we return. That attack is done, I think. Except we need a jump sound. So, let me go back into this animation end. Audio, play, sound. S&D, jump H. We're going to give him Hector's jump. And we are going to pitch it down quite a bit because he's a big fella. Now, this, for all intents and purposes, should just work. I don't even think we need the extra stuff in there. We don't even need the Do Slam anymore, which is cool because we just go to the next state and we wait. I could do another cool thing here. We're going to set the camera size. Actually, I have to use set battle cam X scale. And then Y scale to 270. Can I do the other ones? Maybe I can just use the set size stuff. I think I can. We'll do regular size, but we'll set size. I'm gonna half the size of the camera for a cool effect. Should add the Terraria OST after hearing this song. I don't know if you have or not, actually. Let's check this code. Okay. I'll accept that it might work, and if not, I'll fix it later. Okay. So now, the inhale state. Let's see, what does he do here? Let's trace this. If my attack is 1, we go to state 0. Okay. So state 0, this is where we move. This is going to be our no longer move forward, but jump forwards state. So, let's see here. We're going to give him jump. And what we're going to do is I'm going to have to do some like fancy code from this. I think. I got to think of how I did this before. But basically, I think what I want to do is I'm going to have to evaluate an animation curve in like a convoluted way. Spelling camera at the top in comments is amazing. I do that in a bunch of different things, actually. Like if I go to one of my big container things, like here we have the Bible for the game, where I use a bunch of different, I put all the different like system functions in here. There's enemy stuff, multiplayer, battle builder Bible, enemy attacks, and this is like just something I'm workshopping with this, so it's like troll a little bit. Not anything to take as like a feature coming, but maybe. Bible builder in a way, yeah. Let's see. Let me think here. How did I do this? I know if I look at this, it's similar to this code where the position in the jump is determined by coordinates. So we take where we are minus our starting position divided by where we want to be minus our starting position. And this would be well and good. Actually, this is linear, isn't it? Yeah, okay, I can do this either way. I can do this either direction and it should work just fine. Okay, so I'm actually just going to copy this code, I think, right here. I genuinely should just like make this a function. I might actually do that. This should go in battle management, I guess, maybe? Yeah, I can go in here. Okay, function, calc jump. Let's do start X, start Y, target X, target Y. And we'll do, let's see, what else will we need for this? We will need a height. How high do we want to jump? Jump height, and how fast do we want to go through this? Jump speed. Okay, so I'm going to find this animation curve real quick for the clone jump. And then just make this like jump. So that way it's okay, it already exists. Where is that at? Oh, it's the same freaking thing, except it's just slightly off-centered. Okay, sure. You know what? Works for me. So we'll just use this animation curve, and then we will evaluate it by, let's see. We need current X. So current X minus start X, and then target X minus start X. Okay. We'll evaluate these. Let's see. How did I mess with the go Y? Oh, this is something I'm missing here. I think that's the jump height. Let me think about this. I gotta like, I'm dissecting the code in real time. Let me think with my mind. With my mind. So I think we'll just go ahead and set this to target Y, where it is here. Target Y. So our target Y is where we want to end up, regardless. So I guess we'll put in a, I guess go Y would be, let me look at the clone code here. Where does go Y get defined? I think, let me just search this here. Clone machine clone, probably right here. Yeah. Yeah, so we calculate the enemy's Y coordinate here, and we pass that into the clone. So, okay, yeah, so where this is our start Y, this is where we want to end up, which is the top of the enemy. Okay, the B-box top. That's what I'm gathering here. I'm going to full screen this and just bring this into the battle management code. That's not the right window. I'll steal it though. Let's 2-column it here. And yeah, boom, boom. Now, this is our start Y. Start Y. So then this, we'll do jump speed, and this should work now. So what are we doing here, basically? I'm going to explain this code. We are going to get this value here that's going to be normalized between 0 and 1. We get our current x coordinate, so our current horizontal coordinate, all right, and we subtract where we started from, all right? We take that value and we divide it by where we want to be minus where we started from. And that will give us a value between 0 and 1 normalized coordinates. Then we're going to get some information about an animation curve. That's this thing. And this is our curve for our Y coordinate, all right? So we're going to get the channels for that. The X channel being a linear channel that like doesn't actually get evaluated in the way you might think. It's going to mess with our Y coordinate, basically. It's going to adjust our Y coordinate. But that's what this val X is for. This val Y is where our Y coordinate should be going, right? So we're going to use this linear like 0 to 1 scale to fix up our multiple here, right? To where, so we're basically creating this effect where it looks like a character is going to jump upwards in this 3D space, even though it's actually 2D, right? So we're going to evaluate these positions. This C pos here, our C position, we're evaluating the animation curve for that position. And this is 0 through 1 here, right? So like 0.5 is the apex of the jump, right? So we just determine, okay, well, right here at 0.25, this is where we're going to be at that point in time, and so on, right? And we're going to move through this curve based on our X position updating, right? So ideally, this is direction agnostic, because if we start positive going negative, it shouldn't matter. But I think I just have to flip-flop the values, basically. Let me think here. Let me like think with my mind here how it would oh yeah, I guess if the jump speed is negative, like if we know we're jumping like from the finish to the start, right? Or the start to the finish and it's negative, like our X coordinate being the value that handles this, right? Doesn't matter. Since the X coordinate is what adjusts and is the mediator here, if it starts at 1 and goes to 0, as long as this is proper, it's not going to matter. I don't think. So, this should be good. Now, we have this. We go back into our Gluttank code here. Our jump forwards. So, what do we want to do here? First, we're going to get a Y coordinate. We know where we want to end up. Alright. We know where we want to jump to. And we know how fast we want to jump. So, that's what we're getting here. Instead of doing this, and instead of running a timer here, what we'll do is if our X is... Actually, how do we want to do this? Let me just do this so it doesn't yell at me right now. So I don't know if I even need this code. I want to keep this code because this denotes which state we go to, basically. But technically, what I could do here is, let's see. Let me think here with my mind. We'll add in a variable. We'll add in a jumped is not true. All right. So when we start everything off, we'll jump and we'll say jumped is true. And then we'll calculate this information here. Or actually first, if we haven't jumped, then we have jumped, basically. And then we'll do this stuff down here. And we don't need this anymore because this is updated in our new and fancy calc jump function. So we'll give it our X. We will give it our starting position. So maybe here, let's see. We'll do go Y is YY. And start X is X. Actually, this, I know what this will be. Never mind, hold on. We do need to define the YY though. We'll just do X position, start Y, Y position. Target X is, let's see, always this apparently. So we'll just put this in here because that seems to be unchanging. And our target Y is our go Y. Our jump height. How high do we want to jump? Did I factor that into the code? I'm going to say we want to go... Let me double check here. Where's jump H? Jump H? Jump H? Not used. So mine is jump H. How much higher do we want to go? I guess. Is that right? We don't need to clamp this either now. So we can get rid of that. Let me think here. I got a puzzle. I have a little bit of a puzzle here. I think that's fine, actually. Like, how high up do we want to go, basically? Because val y will be 0 through 1 times the start position, the start y coordinate, minus the target y coordinate, minus the jump height, which that's almost certainly going to end up being a negative number, and that's what we want. So... yeah, I think we can just set this. We'll just, for now, we'll set it what the default was, which is negative 64. And then our speed is going to be our X speed, because that's defined right here. We know how fast that's going to be. It's going to be the distance from our starting position to our target's X position plus 320 pixels across 20 frames. So... this should work. Now, what I can do is this, actually. We will have this return a value each time we call it, and we're going to return the position in the curve. So if we know which direction we're going, then we can say, hey, if this is at 0, we need to advance. So if this is equal to 0, we'll set our coordinates and we'll move to our next state, which this now needs to be 3. And this will have to get updated after the fact as well. But we can now jump to an inhale position. And when we land, actually what I might do is I'm going to take this and we're going to do something here. We're going to... do something special here. We're going to make a null state, just a state that doesn't do anything. We'll make it -1, right? Do nothing. Usually to wait for an alarm. Okay, so now when we get our position to 0 now in this, because we know we're going from positive to negative, right? What we'll do is when we land, we're going to go to this null state. We're going to set an alarm to go off. If I can find our Gluttank here. We'll do alarm 6 because I'm pretty sure these others are used. And we'll do advance state. So there's what we'll do there. Go back in here. We're going to audio play sound SND close boom 0 false. Our sprite index is going to be the Gluttank sprite that is what was it? Land. Yeah. Our land sprite. And then we're going to set this new alarm 6 to, let's give him 3/4 of a second. And then he'll advance states and start doing his stuff. So alarm 6, we're going to bring it up in here into our code. So we'll go to the inhale state first. We'll work on that one. Inhale is state 3 now. So what does this do for us? Also, welcome back to Tom. How's it going? Hope your dentist trip went well. Let's see. I'll update these states here. I might not even need to change this code. Even. Let's do broadcast. Which one sets our state to 3? Is it you? No, you're 0. Which, that's not good. I need... Oh, wait. That's not that. Never mind. I see. I see. Let's see here. What am I missing? It's not an alarm. I think all the alarms are for beatdown anyways. Ah, here we go. Okay. Maybe. No, this is for the other one. Okay, hold on. Let me look here. We haven't fired. Do this stuff. But if we have, do this stuff. So we just return after the fact here. So let's do... I'm going to do another state up here. We'll do -1, or -2, actually, is jump back. Jump backwards. And we will do some things here. So we'll set some things before we do this, of course, but calc jump. Our current X, of course, our start X would be, this will be wherever we were, so, hold on. What did we define for this earlier? We had a go Y, that's important. So let me make sure to add this in. We'll do go X equals X, go Y equals Y, just to have it there for safety's sake. And, start X equals X, start Y equals Y. So, start X, start Y, go X, go Y, -64, and we'll give this a speed of, let's see, let me think here. We'll have this take place across 20 frames like before, so where we are, or where we want to be, go X minus where we are, start X, divided by 20, is what we're going to do for this, as jump speed. And then, do this. If this is equal to 1, because we're going from left to right this time, if that is equal to 1, that means we finished our jump, and we're going to set our X to our go X, our Y to our go Y, and state equals enemy return. We're going to set our super state to our return state, which will reset things properly and advance the turn queue. And we'll have this, we can just send him to state 2 if we want him to jump back, which prevents the walk, basically. So, now, we're in state 3 here. We do our things. Once things happen, once we're finished, what we're going to do is we are going to go to state -2. Our start X is our X, our start Y is our Y, our go X is our initial starting position, and our go Y is our initial Y position. And this should work. I'll move this down here just for like sake of like keeping it more readable. And there we go. There's that one done. This is the defend attack. So this one's fine to stay like that, I believe. Let's take a look here. Thinking with my mind again. Tracing our code. Okay, so we go to this state for all the other ones, I believe. Let's see, other than boxing, but that doesn't count. If our state is 2, then I actually think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to increase this. We're going to make this 5. My attack is 4. I'm going to do this stuff. Let's see. This one will have to be changed. This will have to go to a different state. Let's see here. What I do want to do, if my attack equals 3. So I'm going to convert one of these to a defend attack. All right. Oh, forgot an equals there. There we go. Let me think here. He has, in this spit array, so we go to state 0. When we advance, we go to state 3, which is now 4 after changes. So state 4, what do we do here? We give it a random range. We fill the array with a random range between 0 and 3. So now we don't want to do that. We actually want this to be between probably 0 and 1, but I'm going to have to look into this. So Gluttank puke. What are our states here? So let's see. Is this the correct one? This might not be the correct one. Actually, this is in the broadcast event. Burp, yes. If we are 0 or 1, this is where it needs to be the defend attack. 0 and 1. So 2 and 3 are the other things. So this is going to be 2 and 3. And then let's do this. We're going to move this code into animation end on state 4. So if state equals 4, if we fired off, then we're going to do that. So what happens here? Let me trace this because I don't think this is going to work the way I want it to. Alarm 6. The spit. We go to state 4. Alarm 0 becomes 75. Okay. And this seems to happen. Yeah, okay. So this will trigger, this will set our animation and everything here. Every 75 frames, that's good. And then after we do anything, we're going to go to a neutral position. And now, actually, this is one that's going to have to take a little bit more work now that I'm thinking about it. So let's see here. I'm gonna add some frames to this. So we'll add about 40 frames to both sides. Roughly. And we'll do this. If we're like this, we'll do a burp. Otherwise, we will do the belly bump. Actually, wait, no, this one needs to be gulp for that, and is it belly? Did I call it belly? Yeah, belly. So, now, let's see, let me check this code. This can be done somewhere else, actually, I think. We'll do this, burp and fork state. We can actually put this in here. We don't even need the fired trigger anymore. We just do that. And then go to idle state and set our alarm. So 75 frames happens. And then when this happens, we'll go to either gulp or belly. And then, now that we're in state 4 on animation end. Alright. If our position is less than array length spit array, then we'll do this if our sprite index is equal to the burp sprite. Otherwise, if an animation finishes, we go to the burp sprite. And then we'll do image index equals 0, image speed equals 1. We'll do this actually just anywhere in here, really. Just do that in here entirely. Boom. There we go. Whew. Getting this done. All right. Let me check my phone real quick. Feels good to be schmoovin' with some dev stuff after so long, honestly. I feel like I'm schmoovin'. I feel like I'm just doing this exactly properly because I'm just like speaking it, I'm walking out all the code. So, this happens, this is the inhale. This one's already done. This one's here. Alright. There we go. And then alarm 0 is where this stuff fixes up, I think. State 5. So state 5, which would be now state 6. Actually, no. This is where we would set our information and go back to -2. Yeah. Okay. Nothing exists. Then our start X is X, start Y is Y, go X is our initial, go Y is our initial, our state is -2. Boom. I am thinking smartly with my brain. I feel like I'm feeling pretty good about it, honestly. I want to try and get this done before I have to wrap up stream too, for what it's worth. Okay. So that one's done. And now I can do this same thing here, actually. Let's see. I'll see that I topped something wrong there. Okay. So if we are, we'll do this. We'll do it like this. We'll use this same state so we can do things backwards, I think. Give it timing. Let me see here. Animation end. We'll add some special effects here. If I can think with my mind. So if he hits his belly, actually, wait, I'll have to do a broadcast event for that, I think. Anyways, I think, I'm gonna have to do a stretch break time again. It's been a bit. So, if, like me, you have been sitting for the past little bit, engaging in the stream content, now would be a good time to hop up and stretch. Because that's what I'm going to do. On to Stretchma. And we're back. I'm here again. Sometimes Stretchma is just like polite keyword for P-break. Shoutouts. Okay, so now let's see. How do I want to do this? Let me trace code again. Because now we need to do cases 2 and 3 go here, and then 4 goes to the freestyle stuff. And we'll do this. Just double up the same code, but the difference being that it'll be 0 or 1. This actually global.seed.srandom. Go ahead and get that working on the new set seed stuff I was talking about. Do that in all these things here. Let's see, do we have any more choose things like that? Any random things that matter at least? do this. Start x equals x, start y equals y, go x equals that, go y equals this. Boom. Okay. Was there a state trigger in this? Let me trace this. All right, hold on. Alarm 2 in 3 seconds. Okay. Do we ever go to state 7? State equals 7. No, we don't. So this is... Wait. Oh, we do. Ahaha. Okay. Enable freestyle arena. We'll just do this like this here. Alarm 2. And then we'll throw this back in the ring. Alarm 2 equals 10. And then we will camera set size 480 270 and camera approach size 160 540. Yo, Marco Sorbini, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. We are currently programming some new, or more, I guess not new, but fixing up some enemy attacks to work out a lot better with some new sprites that I've been cooking up today for our buddy here, the Gluttank. Let me pull him up here. Where's my goat? Right here. Our good friend and pal, the Gluttank, basically is first mini boss of Angels and Demons, the game I'm developing, and we're just fixing up some of his code so that way he works properly. So thank you for the raid, really appreciate it. Any raiders, I hope you stick around and enjoy what you're seeing. Don't have a ton of time left to stream, so like probably maybe 30 more minutes or so before I plan on going and getting some food or something. So if y'all want to hang around till then, you know, I'd really appreciate it. It'd be cool. But if not, that is cool as well. And, you know, hope you drop a follow or just anything really, you know. Anyways, back to the task at hand. What do we got here? We'll spawn our rocks, we'll make a camera effect, and then we'll keep this alarm triggering until after there's no more rocks. And then we'll set our state. So, what are we going to do here? State 5. What does state 5 do? Yeah, the same thing I was going to do anyways, so that's fine. I technically don't need that, but I think it will work now. I wouldn't swear to it, but we'll see. We will see here. Let's run the game and see what's going on. I honestly feel like I've probably missed a Sprite update in here somewhere, so he's just gonna like go crunchy mode at one point, and then I'm gonna look silly. But It is game time! Let's do some debuggery. Get in here and let me adjust some audio here. Pause the stream music, crank up the game volume. I need to make a stream deck thing for this, honestly. So, alright, let's go with Formidable Foe, Gluttank in here. We'll level up a few times for safety's sake. So we don't get one shot. And there's our unit. Let's see how it works. Oh, it crashes. Awesome. Let's go. Shoutouts. You love to see it. Alright. Okay. Well. I knew it couldn't have been too good to be true. I was thinking with my brain. Let's go back to it. Hold on. Back to the drawing board. If you believed, I'm sorry. Let's see. Out of range. What? What do you mean out of range? Well, that can't be true because it's... Oh, I see. Wait a minute. Yup, I did do it wrong. I need to do it like this. Not like... I need to put the Sprite ID thing in front of it, and I did not do that. So... Let's see. Where does it not have that? Anywhere here. Animation end, I know. So, gotta give it the ID. Of course. There we go. And let's find our extra sprites here. That's proper. This is not proper. Boom. Boom. Gonna double check and make sure that's all of them. Yep. Looks like it. In here, in here. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, now I think we're good to try and see how things work. I'm hoping it works properly out of the gate. But, you know, we will see. Game time 2! Just part of the process. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. This time it's because I forgot to set Y speed. Awesome. That's an easy fix. And I'll put in some extra things too. Okay. Okay. We might get this counter up to like 200 before we actually get game time, so. Oh, it hung, didn't it? That's awesome. Get out of here. Let's see. Back in. X speed is 0, Y speed is 0. Always need to reset those anyways. Go X, go Y, start X, start Y. Fired. Eat. Walk timer. I feel like I added something else in here that I would, like, jumped. Jumped is another one. Yeah. Just check. Jumped is false. Oh, it's down here. Oh, well. There we go. Jumped is false. Just checking and making sure. Oh, this needs to be global.seed.si random. So that way we do our seed stuff properly. Same with this, global.seed.si random. That's a particle effect, so that's fine to not be randomized to the seed. We actually don't want it to be because that would screw a lot of things up. Let's see. I'm gonna do one more pass over here. Good. Okay, this one, global.seed.si random range. We want to randomize the x coordinate of where these rocks spawn, but with set seed stuff going on. That is a seed choose. Those are seed randoms. And okay, now let's try again. Game time 3. Here we go. Game time 3. Let's see. Dodge. Okay, he did get the jump off, but the code did not work the way I wanted it to. So, there's one thing I'll have to fix up. But it's not crashing. But we are in prey only mode. So, oh well, I guess we'll just skip turn. We don't need to damage him anyways. Freestyle. This is a freestyle attack for sure. Yeah, for sure. Oh, it's so scuffed. Woo! That little like he does, but like inverted. So like a wait, no. How would I invert it? No, wait. I'm brain farting here. Yeah, he kind of does this like to get back. Let's see, what you got, boss? Freestyle, but we're not going to go into it. I see. Oh, wait, that one actually worked properly. Man. Okay, so what's actually going on here? Oh, this one actually worked properly now. That's cool. Yeah, so the jump is going reverse mode, basically. Alright. This is good intel, I think. So what I need to do, I guess, is where it's negative, like when we're jumping forwards here, I guess I need to invert these. Which is just as easy as doing this, I guess. And let me take a look in this. Is this like... Oh, wait, this needs to be a positive number. That's probably why it's going down. Okay. And then the backwards one was working properly because it was positive. So I'll put a comment in here for this. Always set start x as the, or starting vars as the lowest value. Exclamation. I gotta yell at myself. And then let's look at this animation end here. I'm gonna go to his burp sprite and make this a little bit slower. Put it here at the start. Burp. And then the belly sprite. It goes dum burp, methinks. So, let's see. I'll add in a thing here, a broadcast. Gluttank belly. And then Gluttank belly. And then when he hits his belly, he'll do I don't have like a guttural like kind of sound necessarily yet, so we'll do Oh, the ball bounce sound is funny actually for this. And then Gluttank Gulp will be another one. Actually, I don't need a broadcast message for that, but we'll just, when we actually go into that animation, which is where? Here. We'll just play it here. And then we'll do a sound when he raises his hand, and then the other one when he hits his belly. And I think I need to add more time to these, so I'll add 20 more frames both sides. And now let's test it out. Game time 4. Let's see. Gluttank in here. Boss fight music. Level up a few times. Here we go. And I'll turn up the game audio a little bit here. Never mind, no I won't, because it just crashed. Well. Oh, alright. Number 5 soon. What do we got here? 422. Ah, I see. This one's troll. Go, I feel like hold on. I'm gonna like undo some code in here to see what I changed a minute ago. Go wah. Yeah, so I guess that didn't matter because it was in the clamp, wasn't it? Wasn't it in the clamp? Yeah, it was in the clamp. So what is not right here? I think Super Mario Gluttank was too powerful. Very true. He just kind of like hovered up and then the game crashed. She's not supposed to hover, so I'm wondering if I accidentally flip-flopped something in here. Let me compare it to that clone code here again, which was not there. Clone machine clone. I put this up in here. Okay, so where we are minus where we start divided by where we want to be minus where we start. Where we are minus where we start divided by where we want to be minus where we start. True. Okay. Now, what was go wah? Go wah is the B-box bottom of the enemy. So that's just where. Oh no, that's just their Y coordinate, right? Hold on. Something like that. Okay, jump, calc jump is what I'm looking for here. Just dissecting this code. Let's look at this. The clamp doesn't matter. But go Y is start Y. Start Y minus target Y. So what this effectively does is it's supposed to tween it between, like, it's supposed to move the point up, kind of, or I guess down in this case, right? I guess we could just show where we're at. We'll debug it a little bit. This one's hardly game time, but... And... technically game time 5, but... more for debugging reasons. So he actually makes it there, he's just inverted now, is all. And this one goes to the wrong state. And he goes way too fast. That one does not. So it doesn't work if it's lower, it seems. That one worked properly, though. He just didn't trigger the attack. Let's look at what we got here. Except I can't scroll my thing up. Now he's evaluating 0 to 1. And then 1 to 0 here. Oh, wait. I think I freaking know. Hold on, wait. That needs to be done, first of all. Let's see. Should always be advancing forward there. Well, actually, wait. In this case, no. Let me try flip-flopping these. I think the Y actually needs to be proper. We're going to make this, like, a little bit slower. I'm going to say 35 frames. Y speed's irrelevant here. Yeah. So which one is it? It's the defend attack. So... oh! Well, there's my problem. It's overriding itself. So defend goes to state 0. So... let's see, state 0. If we're at our spot, we go to state 1, wait for alarm 6 to trigger. Okay, that explains a good chunk of stuff. Alright, let's launch again and see where we get there. Game time 6! And hopefully for the better. Oh? Close, close, but we need to change where he lands at. He's not landing at the right spot. And that attack doesn't end the correct way. But he also doesn't jump down. So slam, the slam one. Remember the slam one. His defend works correctly. Until it doesn't. And then this one works properly now. But he doesn't spawn the correct things. I'm seeing. Give me freestyle, come on. Whoa, I just got mixed. Maybe something isn't getting reset in this one. Perhaps. Let's just go through again, let's see. Just keep doing it. It just doesn't trigger, okay. Alright, so the defend attack where he does the, like, the pukes, for lack of a better term, that one doesn't want to trigger, which means something is amiss in this state. So state 4, what happens? What do we do? State 4, alarm 0 is 75. Alarm 0 is 75, okay? If these don't exist, and our position is less than the spit array. Alright. So we should be filling that up. Let's see. Am I missing something up here? I am. Aha. Let's just do the same thing here. And now the spit array gets created, because I bet it gets initialized. Yup, it gets initialized to 0, so that's why that one wasn't happening. So the dodge one, state 1, is where this one goes to. What does state 1 do? State 1. Oh. I see. Okay. So this one uses something totally different. So this, because this one was the jump one. So this actually needs to have a and Y speed is greater than 0. Check. That's, I think, what we're missing from that one. Why it insta triggers. And then animation end. Alright. Let's do this here. We need to just put a check in here. If this is belly or this is gulp, then we do burp, because I think the default animation was what was ending, and that was causing it to make him like hopper speed burp. Let's try it now. Feels like he was missing his freestyle attack too for some reason. I think that is because of this. Is it 4 and 5 now? Did I put these on? Yeah. So he's just never going to do the freestyle one properly. In this scenario, at least. But I'll tweak him on the fly, I guess. Right, Gluttank. Bring us in. Lucky 7, let's hope. Alright. So. Defend. Gotta fix that coordinate. Gotta make those things go up more too, instead of like just hitting him in the leg. Okay, that one's still a little bit scuffed, but it's better. So let me do this. I'm going to instance find obj Gluttank battle 0. Variable instance set 10 84 46. Attack height is going to be 4. There we go. So now he should be able to actually trigger the freestyle attack. There we go. Oh, I accidentally canceled his attack out there. I don't have him set to stay in the attack. And he does that way too quickly. So. And the game crashed. Let's go. That could be where I like... that could be where I like tried to modify the code on the fly. Yeah, that definitely is. Because that's in the parent event. Yeah. Should not have done that. That crash is my fault. Man. Game crash is true. I wanna get this like fixed up. Like soonish, because I'm gonna have to wrap up stream here soon. It's getting pretty late. I still gotta eat dinner. I gotta start getting ready for bed and everything, so I think it is 3. I think it is 3. But I do think game 7 was lucky. For what it's worth. So let's trace this here. When we go into the slam, what do? We go to state 1. Alarm 5 becomes 110. Alright, so this is where that happens. Alright, state 1. If do slam. Alright, that's what we're waiting on. Alright, so animation end. If state is 1 and we're in jump start, we do this stuff. Let's actually... I'm going to... Oh, I see. I see. This is what it is. Do that, and we'll just set it here. Do slam is true. So when we jump, we need to enable the slam. Now, this. Where we want to end up. Doesn't seem to be working right, but for which ones? Anything that uses this, which is the defend. So that means might need to do this backwards, and I'll just put this up here, and then we'll just, if we're in boss rush, do this. And I think we need to do like this. Invert it. And now, let's see. Oh, did I? Oh, actually, wait. Let me go up here and change this while I'm thinking about it. There we go. So now we can actually see the freestyle attack and if it even works properly. It should. The freestyle attack should be fine. I didn't really change much about it at all. Let's take a look. Game 8. Let's see it. Hey, he did the thing! There we go. There's one that works. There's one that works. That one... Well, that one does not work, because add 1 to the crash counter. Let's see here. What happened here is this. Okay, player enemy, so... Yeah, I did do this one backwards. So I shouldn't have changed that. Yeah. Would have been helpful if I just looked down at the bottom when I was looking at this. Player enemy, yeah. So... let's try that again now. Game number 9, Crash Counter 4. Probably ain't gonna do much more here, honestly. So I'm going on almost exactly 5 hours of streaming now. We've been live for 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds. That's like... that's kind of like a record, I think. Okay, get these in here, get them in here, get them in here, and we're in. Boom. Alright, alright. What are we doubling up for, brother? Come on. Okay, there's our slam. Alright, alright. Minor animation issues. That's fine. Jump works. He doesn't snap to the right position. Oh, whoops. Well, that crash happens because he doesn't stay in the attack. Okay. Let's see. Add one to the crash counter. Stay in attack equals true, otherwise it's going to be false. Any other time. Stay in attack equals false. We want to keep him in the attack there. Then let's see here. Broadcast event, eat. Nope, that's not where it happens. Let's trace this one. I need to see where this one goes through. Inhale. So we go to state 0. State 0 is, wait, really? That doesn't feel correct. Oh my gosh, it's peak playing! It's peak! It's literally peak! Oh my goodness. Alright, now I have to lock in. This one is the inhale. This one, yeah, that state 0. So if it's... that just determines our jump forwards there. Okay. This one's also jump forwards. This one is dodge. So... looking for state 0 with attack 2 or 3. Okay. We're here, alarm 6. 2 or 3, alarm 0, 75. We go in here. Okay. Actually, wait, I was looking for the inhale, wasn't I? Wait a second, pause. We go to 0, our attack is 1, so we gotta go on alarm 6. Here, state 3. State 3 is where we go. Let's see, something is amiss here. Where is this even used at? Let's just see. State equals enemy return. What do we have here? Oh! Okay, here it is. This is the one we're missing. Okay. Start X equals X. Start Y equals Y. Go X equals X pos. Go Y equals Y pos. Boom. Alright. There we go. Number 10. And I think this one might be the last one before Stream ends. Methinks. But if all of these work, at least for the most part decently, that means that Gluttank got finished today. Which is kind of obscene. Like, that's like obscene. Obscene? Absurd and insane. New word just dropped, by the way. Sophia, what are you doing? Come here, Sophia. What are you doing, girl? You want to go out? Hold on, let me let my Douglas here out of the room. One moment. Come here. He's starting to get a little hungry. She's a little dachshund. Alright. Sophia intermission done. Now into the Gluttank fight. And let's see. Defend out of the gate. Jump. Slam. Bong. Yeah, so he's not supposed to do it like that. So that's an animation issue. He needs to set his animation back in the jump. That's what looks odd as well. And those also need to be only jumpable, not counterable, not meleeable. Alright, next up, dodge. Boom. Working out. Oh, whoa. Oh, that's an interesting one. Wait a minute. This one might not even be my fault, okay? This one might just be Game Maker being silly. This looks like a totally unrelated crash. Like, what the heck? Okay, I say this one feels totally unrelated because it says that the crash was because of one of the lights. Attempting to set instance ID with object index for the Gluttank with an invalid bound top of negative, not a number. What does that even mean? What? I've never seen a crash like this before. That is weird. Strange. It did. Sometimes I feel like it does. I feel like Game Maker does these things to me just to spite me. Genuinely. Like, it doesn't make sense otherwise. Like, Game Maker spotted me for an entire, like, month of development during Demo 4 stuff, so. But, unfortunately, I do think I have to wrap up stream now. We'll consider Gluttank basically finished. He just needs some ironing out, because that crash was not him. I'm confident to say that, right? That was not a Gluttank crash. That was a Game Maker crash, so. But that is all the time I have to stream today, I think. I do need to go eat and start getting ready for bed, going to take care of my dogs, as we just seen, because poor little Sophia was, I'm thinking she's hungry. She wanted to go out to her food bowl. So for everyone who stuck around and watched this far, thank you very much for doing so. I really hope you enjoyed. Be sure to check out the description. If you're on YouTube, you can join the Discord, play Angels and Demons for yourself, follow me on other social medias, and if you're on Twitch, the little badge thingy's down there. Again, gonna get that set up to where it looks nicer eventually. Gonna have to take the time to actually set these things up and make them look nice, make the assets for them and everything, but they're on the little, like, banner thingies there, everything. Linktree has all the links. Discord, of course, is there too. And yeah, I think that's about all I've got. So again, if you stuck around this long, thank you very much for doing so. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one.